Have I Pravesh? Okay. Yeah, good morning all. So, welcome to APEC course, that is Advanced Prelims Enrichment course. So, by now, okay, so just to introduce myself, my name is Manjunath and I'll be normally handling the polity part for the prelims. So, first, let me get a clarity, how many, at least, how many of you gave prelims this time? Okay, so yeah, what was the range of scores? It's fine, it's fine. 70s, 80s, 90s, 89. Okay. But you wrote mains? No. Okay, maybe, I think because cutoff probably will be around 95, right? So that's why maybe a few guys have missed out. How much did you get? 70s. Okay. 82. 90 plus. Okay, but that means you had a very fair chance, but still you didn't. Yeah, CSAT, issue with CSAT or?
CSAT I have cleared.
Okay. Maybe one or two questions I think has not gone in your favor. Okay. See, just I'll first broadly talk about the prelims angle, then we'll go to the subject wise because that anyhow we'll be doing. So, because based on the experience I can tell you, now if you take from 2013, means because that is the era, that is the year when the syllabus changed, from 2013 to 2024, the recent prelims also if you take, actually broadly I can tell you can divide it into a few phases. Like 2013 to 2017 means 4-5 years was actually relatively a very better phase, because even if you had a very good hold on the basic conceptual clarity, fine, even if you had not prepared current affairs very thoroughly also, so you had a very good chance of clearing prelims. Because simple reason, the number of basic questions was in the range of 40 to 50, 40 to 45, somewhere there was the, what you call the number of basic conceptual clarity, means what your NCRTs, your reference book questions. That is the reason if you go and look at the cutoff during that time, that era, you will more or less find it like 95 plus, sometimes 100 plus also. In fact, 1 year, I think I forgot the exact year, the cutoff had crossed 150, 110 plus. So, simple reason, because as and when the number of basic questions, conceptual clarity questions increases, automatically the cutoff will increase. And so, because conceptual clarity was the major parameter on which they tested those who will get into the mains or those who will be eliminated. But 2018 to 2020, if you see, actually the number of basic questions came down. It was almost in the range of 30s, 35, 36, 37, something like that, means 30s. That is the reason if you look at the cutoff during the 2018 to 2020, cutoff is in almost you can say 80s, 85 to 90, 88, 89, something like that. Because number of basic questions came down by a margin of 5 to 10 questions. But that was kind of second phase. Now if you look at the post-COVID, means 2020 to 2023, if you have seen that actually the number of basic questions is in 20s, 25 to 30 or maybe less than 30 also. I mean less than, not less than 20 I can't say, 20 to 30 range. That is the reason if you have seen even in case, if in case you had given 2023 or 2022, how much obviously the cutoff was? It came down to 70s also, right? So how much was in 2023? 76, 75. Yeah, 75. That just means, just imagine from 100 plus or 95 to 100 range, it is coming down to 75. Again, because number of basic questions has come down by another 5 to 10 questions. Fine, that is 2020 to 2023, you can say 3-4 years. Now this year if you have seen 2024, even if you had seen PYQs also, you would have prepared and gone. Now obviously most of them felt what? That compared to last few years, this year was a very better year. Obviously would have felt that, because simple reason, the number of basic questions increased. That is also the reason why the cutoff is in the range of probably 95, 96, 97, not above 100, but obviously not below 90. That all more or less everybody knows. Maybe I think 95 plus or minus 2. Again, same reason, number of basic questions I think is around 30, I think 40, 35 to 40 range, or probably 40 plus also you can say. So it is around 40 plus or minus 2 or 3. So that is the reason the cutoff has increased by a margin of 5 to 10 marks, or probably if you compare to 2023, how much is it? 20 marks jump, 75, minimum 95 this time, means almost 20 marks jump. That means it's a matter of what? 10 basic questions. So this is the first biggest change. So the first takeaway is what? We should have a very good conceptual clarity. especially for prelims. Because if you don't have that, we cannot expect to get into the second round. Clear? First major parameter. There's also a logic to it. I mean, just to give a conceptual broader idea, then we'll go to the subject, don't worry. Let's say you look at it other way also. On an average, what, maybe 5 lakh, maybe 6 lakh will appear for the, will at least apply for the exam. Okay, yeah, so many may not appear. Maybe at least 2 lakh or at least 3 lakh will appear. Within 3 lakh also, if you are still in the number game, I am telling you, 3 lakh people or 5 lakh people, whoever who appears or whoever who applies for the exam, they are not into the race. Maximum you can say 1 lakh or maybe for prelims around 1.5 lakh may be in the race. Rest all they will just apply, they will be preparing for so many exams, they will be in their degree final years, they would have just come out, they would not have given a serious study, 6 months, 4 months they will study, so many people will be there, none of them are in the game. So if in case you have number in the game, numbers in your mind like, okay, yaar, bahut sare log hai competition ke liye, 5 lakh, 6 lakh, all those people are not in the game. Maximum what? 1 to 1.5 lakh. In fact, I would say less than 1 lakh. They are the people who are in the game. So game means what? At least 1 year of serious preparation, NCERT's reference book continuously you have studied, you have revised your class notes or you have made your own notes. Current affairs, you are regularly in touch, you are reading newspaper regularly, you are making notes out of these current affairs. That means you are in the game. Fine, so you should have made sure by now that you should be in the 1 lakh category. If you are into that 1 lakh category, those who are consistently preparing 8 to 10 hours almost every single day, that means now it is a game of 10%. Because on an average, if you see, 10,000 people at least will get into mains mode. Okay, it depends, obviously it varies depending on the number of vacancies. But any which way you can say around 10,000 people will get the chance. Sometimes if the number of vacancies are around 1,000, it will be around 12,000, 13,000 also. Let's take 10,000. So out of 1 lakh, you just have to get into 10,000 category. Means 10%, 1 out of 10. So that is the actual game. Rest everybody else are not in the game. So that means if in case you had that psychological, barrier that there are too many people, you are already in the 1 lakh category. That itself is an advantage for you now. Understood? Yeah, please, that is second point, keep that in mind. Third point is, let's say for example, if we talk about current affairs. Very simple idea of current affairs. Again, from almost you can say 2018, the second phase onwards, current affairs directly from what the typical magazines obviously is out. Even this year you might have seen, maybe this year you might have got 1 or 2 or maybe depending on what kind of, these elimination statements that might have helped you. But based on experience, I'll tell you, those who prepare from newspapers regularly, those who read newspapers regularly, ideally make your own notes. Means what? Like let's say polity separate, current economy separate, environment separate, you should make your own notes. If in case you are not making it at least regularly, that's it ideal. In fact, I would not even suggest an alternative. You can depend on any daily current affairs videos, everything, but at least from now onwards, make sure that 1.5 year you try to make your own notes. Because based on experience, I'll tell you, those who prepares newspaper, those who reads newspaper regularly and makes their own notes will get at least 5 questions extra they can easily get. Simple reason, you may not get a direct question from there, but at least it will help you to eliminate the statements. Because when you read current affairs regularly, your conceptual clarity will improve. Because obviously you will get a lot of basics there. Like let's say some issue might be related to a bill, some issue might be related to what NSS4 report, CS4 report, this, that, whatever, Ministry of Economy, finance related, some report will be there, economic survey ka something, budget ka something. Lot of basics you can keep revising. That is one major advantage. Second, what you can do is, regularly you'll be touching whatever is happening. And then, so whatever happens, you can keep on revising them. Let's say for example, there's something issue, obviously we all know, from last 2-3 weeks the Israel-Lebanon issue, Hezbollah issue and the Israel-Iran issue is going on. There imagine, you can get into the geography angle, you can get into the international relation angle, you can get into terrorist organizations, everything you can keep going into it. That means automatically, another major factor about which prelims is curiosity. Those who have curiosity again have a very high chance of clearing prelims. Curiosity means what? This exam, you should not take it as just a content based exam. Like I'll study some books, I'll study some current affairs magazine, and then I'll go into prelims. That era is gone, long back gone. That was just in the, maybe you can say, phase 1. What you have to do is, whatever is happening in and around you, you should just make sure that you are questioning yourself. Remember last year that squirrel ka question. So fine, even when we are walking in your Sindhi park, if you had asked yourself, okay, so what is this? Also you could have got if in case you had given last year prelims, you could have got an answer for it. Fine, that means anything happening in and around you, it can be anything. Fine, please ask questions. Whatever you see, what, why, where, how, please ask it. And that is another very important one. Next extension of this, never study a subject in silos. Matlab, don't study it in, like, let's say for example, okay, I'm studying polity, only polity. I'm studying economy, only economy. Never ever study like that. Do two types of interlinkages. One is inter-topic linkages or inter-unit, inter-subject linkage also. For example, let us say for example you're studying polity. Let's say you're studying fundamental rights, or let's say you're studying Supreme Court Parliament. Keep interlinking between Parliament, between Supreme Court, between fundamental rights, between something else. Same way you have to interlink between subjects also. Let's say you're studying Parliament chapter here, link it to somewhere here, somewhere economy there. Let's say you're studying 1991 economic reforms there, or you're studying national income there. Can you link it to geography? Can you link it to modern India? Polity you're studying, can you link it to modern India? Like for example, when they keep studying about so and so 7th schedule, so they can tell that okay, it is inspired from which is that 1935 Act. Automatically your mind should keep recalling, okay, what is that 1935 Act? Can I recall the provisions in then and there? If you don't do that inter-chapter and inter-subject linkages also, it is going to be a challenge. Because simple concept you understand, in that 2 hours you can get questions from anywhere and everywhere. I don't have to explain now. So your mind should be able to quickly do a 360 degree round. So please use that 360 degree approach. Fine. So don't stick to just one subject. If you just sit back, you should be able to recall everything from polity to econ, this, that, environment, everything you should be able to link. If you are in that stage, that means another biggest advantage. So another aspect, obviously, what you would have done, and you will also do now, is what you have to rely a lot on PYQs. And so previous year question analysis you should do a lot, right from the language they are using, right from how many questions they are asking in which subject, within that subject where are the number of questions more asked, each and everything you have to do a lots of analysis. Institute mock test, whatever we give, it can be in APEC or it can be anything, please use it as a practice. Don't use it as a reference. Reference is always and always which one? UPSC previous year questions. Never use anything else as reference. Ours is only for practice. Understood? And obviously when you give the mock test itself, this will keep going on, but I am just broadly telling. So make sure that you test your strategy multiple times. You would have done already by now, but I am just again clarifying. So each and everything you should have visualized those 2 hours. Okay, what if let's say paper completely it is out of what you call this so-called pattern. Fine, I mean, every year they keep doing that. One they'll do lengthy, then 2, all of a sudden completely. Look at modern India, number of questions, it has come down to what? I think this year also 1 or probably 0. Okay, 1935 Act if you take as polity question, I think there is no typical modern India question. Was it there? I mean, I'm just asking. Modern India question, did you find direct like something related to Swadesh or NCM or civil district? Did you find anything directly or tribal revolts, caste-based revolts or nothing? Maybe Rayatwari system, there was one question. So then if you add 1935 to modern India, 2 questions. If you take it out, actually 1 question. You go look at pre-2020, at least 8 to 10 questions used to be from modern India. Now the question, almost it is gone. Now if you have seen geography before 2022 also, almost it used to be what? 3 to 5 basic questions. Fine. Now I think if you add mapping, this, that and everything, almost it is what 10 to 15 questions at least will be from geography. If you add mapping also, I am not telling only the climatology, this, that, whatever basic questions, overall mapping, everything if you add. Okay, some people add mapping under international relations. Again, that depends. If you add it under geography as a mapping geography angle, almost it has increased to 15 or probably 13. I don't know the exact number, but if you look at polity, because I teach polity, I can tell what this year how many they've almost increased it to 18 or 19 questions. On an average, polity number of questions will be around 13, 15 you can say. Sometimes it has gone to less than 10 also, but that's very rare because normally minimum 10 will be there. This year was another rare, they have asked it as plus 3 to 4, somewhere around 18 or 19. That's also rare. Average is around 15. So there is a formula, if you have seen from the last 10, 12 years, polity plus economy, they have to ask 30 questions. There is no way they can ask less than 30 questions, not 40, 30 questions, polity plus economy, 100% they should ask. There is no other way. Will they ask is as 15 each or 10 polity, 20 economy or 20 polity, 10 economy? That depends. I think this year economy is maybe 3 to 4 questions less. It's somewhere around maybe 11 or 12 something. I think polity is around 18, 19. Fine. Same way, ancient, medieval, modern, plus maybe you can add world history. They don't ask if you have art and culture. If you combine all of them, you will have around 20 questions. Fine. So, but obviously the challenge with ancient, medieval, art and culture is what? Where are they asking from? What is the source? Fine. You study entire NCRTs, you study entire reference book, whatever in market, there is no clarity. Understood? So that's why obviously by now you would have done, please identify the cost benefit subjects first. Even now the cost benefit subjects is what they keep calling it as PEG, polity, economy, geography. Cost benefit subjects means, I think you know that, number of questions, where is it being asked more from? Second one is what? Even if they are asking more number of questions, at least you should have a clarity about where are they asking from. If I put effort, are there chances of getting more questions correct? So PEG is even now the most important aspect. Please don't, you will be knowing, but I am just stressing again, give more focus on that. That doesn't mean other subject, because this year who knows, means 2025, they may all of a sudden increase number of questions from modern India again to 8 to 10. They may do that. There is nothing like they should not be doing it. But again, history 1, cost benefit is relatively less. Everybody knows that. Art and culture also everybody knows. Fine. I don't know how many art and culture questions at least did you get correct this time. Whoever attempted, at least were you able to get few questions correct in art and culture? Or you don't recall as of now? Because now art and culture questions have always been like that. Yeah, whatever amount of effort you put, you never know where they are going to ask the questions from. So that is another 20 questions. Next, obviously, if you look at, I think environment was a very favorite subject for UPSC, at least till 2018 to 2020, and it was testing conceptual clarity. Now, if you have seen from the last 3-4 years, again the typical whatever you study the reference books, I think almost they have made it redundant. Direct typical environment questions, then almost it looks like what? It is not even environment question, it is not even geography question, it is not even agriculture question. Almost they will make it look like combination of everything. But still it's a very, very important one. Again what I will tell you is, there you should use lots and lots of curiosity. How are you others? Yeah, so you have to refer a lot to, as I keep telling, keep using whatever Google, ChatGPT is there, please make use of that, effective use of that. It matters a lot. Do not depend only and only on your books. Fine, but there is a challenge there also. Sir, how much to study, where to study? Because if you start doing it like a kind of research, then there is no end. You should just have a broader understanding, because keep it in mind, see, prelims is what, or in general civil service itself is what? It is a generalist exam. Generalist approach only you should have. Generalist means, you understand, right? Means jack of all trade. You should be knowing about something about everything. You should look at it from that perspective itself. Do not use a PhD approach, because the moment you get into PhD approach, there is no end then. Because the biggest challenge with prelims is what? There is no clarity in the syllabus. That is the core point, you have to keep it in mind. Recall your, what you call as this main syllabus. Can you recall your GS2 syllabus? Because GS2 can you recall the GS2? Imagine how many 19 subtopics are there in your GS2 itself. Fine. If you look at your GS1, what you call as this prelims GS syllabus, if you have seen that, if you can recall what they have told, issues related to polity, governance, sustainable. What do you mean by that? You go look at GS2 main syllabus. Each and everything they have clearly mentioned. That is the reason, even if you have seen just 2-3 weeks back, you had the mains, right? You look at GS mains questions, more or less 2/3 questions are repeated. Exactly same theme, exactly same question. What they'll do, they'll keep adding 1 or 2 words here and there. Means every year there will be a question on federalism, every year there will be a question on panchayats, every year there will be a question on Supreme Court, every year there will be a question on Parliament. But what they'll do, they'll not ask it from the same, they'll not copy paste the question, but here and there they'll change. But it's still the same demand. And so every year there will be a question on either SHG or pressure group or civil society. Yeah, common that is. For simple reason, there is a detailed syllabus and UPSC cannot go away from that. But in prelims, there is no detailed syllabus. That means UPSC has a lot of scope to ask from anywhere and everywhere. That is actually the core challenge. Understood? But you can't see, very simple logic, UPSC can ask question from anywhere. How can you study from anywhere? How will you guess that, okay, they'll ask from here? Then the only thing that will work is what? One is 3C you can say. One is conceptual clarity. Second one is what? Very, very good curiosity. You should be very curious in this exam, especially for prelims. Mains is literally like broadly a degree kind of exam. But prelims, curiosity matters a lot. You should test yourself, you should ask yourself, keep on asking yourself, okay, if you are studying one topic, you should only cross question, okay, what if they ask like this? And conviction, whenever you are, because you might have observed, whenever you want to mark it there, you should have conviction. Means you should strongly believe, gut instinct as they keep telling. So you should back your gut instinct, only then chance of getting through is very high. If you want to back your instinct, you should have revised a lot. If you have not revised and you are backing your instinct, then it's like too many negatives. Understood? So backing the instinct is different, because you might have felt like, okay, the moment I saw that, I knew somewhere, I was like, my mind was telling, my instinct was telling B. But you will not mark it in that round, and then you will go back and come back next round. Now you will feel like, no, it is not B, it is D. And most of the times if you have observed, and when you come back and cross verify the answers, it will be at least 60-70% chances, it will be your first instinct. Everybody more or less would have faced this kind of situation. Because for simple reason, instinct will be, at least I will tell you, I will not tell you obviously 100% times, 60-70% times instinct will work. Provided, what you should have? You should have revised your basics lot of times. Your conceptual clarity should be strong. If you don't have done that revision and then you directly go on, rely on your instinct, then it's all gone. And so, please back that instinct a lot. Clear? And have your own strategy. Please don't copy paste anybody else's strategy. That is not going to work anytime. You take inputs from whoever, it can be your faculties, it can be mentors, it can be your seniors, or on YouTube the previous toppers, anybody, but draft your own strategy. Means how are you going to handle those 2 hours? You should completely visualize it, and you should have experimented it so many number of times. And anytime, let's say it is not just about studying. Let's say for example, you're just sitting, you're watching a movie, you're having your food. Please your mind should keep running about prelims. I mean, at least not now, at least let's say 2-3 months before prelims, continuously mind should run. It should be almost in your subconscious every time. Okay, what if your paper happens like this? What if paper happens like that? What if number of questions are like this? Number of questions are like what if question paper is very lengthy? How should be my strategy? What if, okay, ancient medieval is my weak area? What if number of questions are very high from it? Okay, polity, you felt that it is your strong area, but number of questions from polity is less, or polity questions are absolutely bouncers. What should I do now? Serve ifs and buts, you should ask yourself. Mentally, you should be ready. Understood? Okay, but for now, what you have to do is, obviously, what we'll do, we'll start with polity itself. I've made, all the questions, I'll make them go through this, I'll forward this in your group. We have put major themes, these are everything. We'll discuss. We'll start by subject because I'll not do each and every subject, anyhow every subject faculty will take care of it. Understood? Yeah, so what we'll do is, first we'll start with polity subject. Please make, our intention is, or at least what I'll be doing now is, in the span of, I think they would have informed you by now, it will be around 6 hours class, you can assume, 5.5 hours or 6 hours you can say, around. Fine, you should note down very quickly lot of points. Of course, lot of the core point will come from the typical reference books, the typical Lakshmikant also, but so many additional things, this, that, everything will be adding. Fine, it will be mostly in and around your PYQ based only. I will not be going anything away from that, but make sure you make a very good notes. it will help. If you note down it quickly, it will help you in your last minute revision. And so you don't even have to go back to anything else. Of course, you have to keep on adding the current affairs because it is still almost what, 6 months, 3 months here, almost you can say 4 months there, almost 7 months, 6.5, 7 months. A lot of current affairs you have to keep on adding, but the core part will be covered in your classes itself. But make sure you note it down very quickly, because the typical dictation will not happen. I'll be quickly summing up. And a lot of things will be from your 60-70% is basics, 30% from outside. This is the outside in the sense, a lot of current affairs angle and everything. Clear? Okay, so can we start with polity? Any other broadly doubts you had? Fine. So just to sum up, obviously we all know, as I told, on an average number of questions is around 15. This year it is around 18, 19. You leave that. That's a kind of exception. The most important themes, if you didn't know, note it down. One is what? Preamble and schedule, obviously. You can note down. This is just for your PYQ and everything. Notes will take care. Fine, this time you might have seen, after a long time, and it's a very basic question also. Remember, they had the Constituent Assembly question. Who was the temporary head, provisional temporary head? Very simple basic question, but there will be few other chances also from the chapter. Remember, after a long time, I think they asked about schedule, 8th schedule ka question, can you recall that? Languages. They asked 71st Constitutional Amendment 1992, which languages were added? Even if you had remembered that 92nd Amendment added Bodo, Maithili, Santali, Dongri also, your answer would have been there. At least how many of you got that 8th schedule? Sachidanand Sinha, everybody will get, you leave that. 8th schedule question, how many got it at least correct? You were able to get that. Okay, what logic you used there? You had studied it, you remember the fact. Okay, so someone who did not remember the fact but somehow got it correct. You remember the fact. Okay, you knew the fact. Because even if you didn't know about 71st Amendment also, you could have got it correct. Provided you knew that Bodo, Maithili, Dongri, Santali were added together also, you could have eliminated it. Answer was easily there. Whatever, fine. So this is major themes, and then you can add this also, but this is second major. Except judiciary, Supreme Court is the most important one. Fine, let's start with the basics first, then we'll come back to all your PYQs. Okay, if in case, just to again broadly sum up, so do you get an idea? This year you don't have interpretation based questions. I think one interpretation based question which that kind of discussion is going on is, I think the answer is more or less clear. If you have observed the 2022 PYQs, this year questions, if you can see that actually they are kind of testing your factual part also, but it is mostly related to the constitution angle also. Can you recall that? That emergency provisions are mentioned in which part? Local body, municipalities we will be knowing, but emergency, I think few knew, few could not be able to recall. Amendment of constitution, which part? Typical factual part, but still you have a chance. I'm sure. 8th schedule, kind of factual part, but still again kind of testing your basics. Now again you have what? Remember, classical language issue, just almost what? 4-5 days back or 1 week back, they have given classical status to another 5 languages. Correct? So Bengali, Marathi, Assamese, and then which are the 2 other? Pali and Prakrit. Correct? Yeah, so that kind of one also. So classical language question also was, they have already asked twice or thrice, but now it has made a comeback again. So all those things. Now here if you look at this, 2023 if you had given, I think actually a lot of people kind of got it, it was a kind of challenging also. Actually this is not the answer. They have just mapped it. The challenge in the sense, the key is, this is the key. Fine, you take out that in essence, If the question is just what does due process of law mean, actually answer is this. Because they have added the term, in essence, actual answer is what? Fine. They have just taken it from the same one, so they have not corrected it, but actually the answer is natural justice for simple reason. The question is asking in essence. Same logic you apply. If you have gone through PYQs, you will understand. On liberty, almost 2018 to 2021, more or less every year UPSC had asked a question if you have seen. 1 year they will ask, we'll be there in PYQ, simplest definition of liberty is. When they ask the simplest definition of liberty, you have to choose negative liberty, which is what? Absence of external restrictions, external constraints, restraints. Just next year itself they asked another question. Exact wordings is, the most appropriate definition of liberty is. And when they ask the most appropriate definition, it is like this. See, that's a check. If they ask most appropriate definition, you should choose positive liberty. Means what? Ability of an individual to realize his or her goal. Simplest definition, negative liberty, absence of restriction. The most appropriate definition, positive liberty, ability of an individual to improve his or to realize his or her goal. Exactly same logic. If they ask what is the meaning of due process of law, answer is actually what? Fair application of law. If they ask in essence what is due process of law, answer is what? Principle of natural justice. This is a pattern that UPSC uses. I'm sure. Okay, we'll keep doing that. So as and when we'll solve the questions. And now let's directly go to the basics one. First basics, obviously. Fine, please keep noting it down quickly. So first, very simple basic. Obviously we know separation of power. Fine, concept given by whom? Separation of power concept given by Montesquieu. Fine, in his work, which one? Book name? The Spirit of Laws. Fine. There were references to separation of power by a lot of people, Aristotle, Plato, everybody, but in the modern context, French Revolution era or let's say around 17th, 18th century era, the credit is given to Montesquieu in his work, The Spirit of Laws. First major one. Fine. And then another aspect related to this is what? For separation of power? Checks and balances. Because checks and balances and separation of power are interlinked. If there is no checks and balances, separation of power cannot be ensured. So that's why they may ask statements like checks and balance is the foundation of separation of power, checks and balance is the foundation of democracy. Obviously yes. So remember, very famous statement, two famous statements you have to keep it in mind. One famous statement is of James Madison. James Madison, one of the founding fathers of US, his famous statement is what? Every organ should check other organ. That is actually the base of checks and balances. Please keep noting it down. Every organ should check another organ. That is the first base. Every organ should check another organ. Every organ should check another organ. That is one basic statement. Second one is the statement of Lord Acton. They will not ask you who said this statement or something like that, but you should keep it in mind. Lord Acton's statement is what? Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. These are all related to your separation of power and checks and balance. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Fine. Okay, so that is one separation of power and checks and balances. Now, linked to this, UPSC is one of the very famous or very favorite statements. Question, you might have seen this multiple times. Constitutionalism or constitutional state, or last year's question if you have seen, or let them ask it as constitutional government, or even if they ask what is the purpose of constitution itself, for all of them same answer, limited power or limited government. So just search for it. I mean, I'll show you the PYQs. At least you might have, if you have gone through that, 3 to 4 times they have asked this, or probably more than that. What is the intention of constitution? What is the meaning of constitutionalism or constitutional state? For everything, the answer is what? Limited constitutional government constitution also. Last year, the purpose of constitution is, again what? Limited power. Fine, very simple, direct question. So multiple times they have asked. Clear? Now, just to look at it, I mean, kind of basics here if the test. If they ask a simple question, written constitution is mandatory for constitutionalism. Answer is what? No. Again, two examples you have to take. Yeah, exactly, that's it. Written constitution. Written constitution is what? Best means. It is the best means to achieve constitutionalism, but what is it not? Not mandatory. But it is not mandatory, or it is not necessary, or it is not sufficient. So any which way they can ask, it is neither mandatory nor necessary nor sufficient. It is just what? The best means available to ensure constitutionalism. Understood? Right? Now make two a simple example you take. Germany under Hitler. So they had a written constitution, but what was not there? Constitutionalism was not there, obviously, because what? He had concentrated the power, and concentration of power is what? Opposite of limited power. So Germany under Hitler had a written constitution, but constitutionalism was not there. UK, the very famous one, what they don't have? Do not have a written constitution, but what they have? They have constitutionalism. That's why simple statement if they ask, written constitution is not mandatory, not necessary, not sufficient.
So even in grammar of anarchy, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar acknowledged it while delivering the constitution to our
Correct. There's so many kind of statements if you have seen. Ambedkar used to famously tell that what? That the success of constitution does not depend on the provisions. It does not depend on the what kind of constitution you have. It depends on character and integrity of the people who run it. More or less everything was referring to the same. Means what? Just because you have a good constitution doesn't mean you will have good system. But it is the best way available, because if you don't have that also, imagine the impact then. Understood? Yeah, correct. The same statement only. Sab theek hai? Okay, fine. Yeah, so that is the written constitution angle 1 and the Hitler and UK example, keep that in mind. Next one is what? Again very simple one. Just basics. 1787 US, what is it? World's first written codified constitution. Because some small countries are there, but they did not have codified it. So one particular document, US is world's first written codified constitution. Understood? 1787. Remember post-American Revolution. World's first written codified constitution. World's first written and codified constitution. That is also the reason US is considered as what? World's oldest democracy. Actually, if you go by definition, you have to choose which one. UK, if you look at it, their democracy journey started when you can start from 1215, Magna Carta. But UK, we don't call it as a democracy from then, because UK is what? Evolutionary democracy. Step by step, gradually it became. So even if they ask a simple statement, world's oldest democracy also, please choose US. And US is also what? Again, go back to, link to a federalism. It is also world's oldest federation. World's oldest federation. This again will repeat in your federalism chapter, but just clarifying. World's oldest federation also. Fine. And even if you can recall, because Israel is in news, Israel also do not have a written constitution. Just for your clarity, UK do not have, Israel also do not have a written constitution. Understood? So they are running their system without that. That's why again another statement is what? If they ask a simple statement, written constitution is mandatory for democracy. Again answer is what? No. Written constitution not mandatory for democracy. Again it is best means. Written constitution not mandatory for a democracy. Simple, UK, Israel. Not mandatory for democracy. UK, Israel. I think New Zealand also. That's another simple basics. Fine. Now hence, simple again another kind of interpretation they can ask. Remember separation of power, checks and balance, democracy, constitutionalism, all of them are interlinked. You cannot say that there is no separation of power but we have constitutionalism, not allowed. You cannot say there is no checks and balances in our system but we have constitutionalism, not allowed. SOP plus checks and balances plus democracy, all of them is related to which concept? Constitutionalism. You cannot say that I have one but I don't have other, not allowed. Understood? Everything is interlinked. Separation of power, checks and balance, democracy, constitutionalism. That's why constitutionalism is ultimate, not constitution. Clear? Okay, this is first few set of basics. Now extension of this also they have asked 1 year. Recall those terms. Country, nation, remember last 2021 question, state, because you have that in mind, so everything else also you have to keep it in mind. State, nation. Obviously country means what? Country means, first point, it's a geographical concept, geographical entity. Country is a geographical entity. Fine. And what are the three components? Obviously territory, population, government. So that is country. It's a geographical entity with three components: territory, population and government. Clear? Now when you say nation, nation is what? Simple. Nation is a socio-psychological emotional entity. Social, psychological, emotional entity. Fine. In simple term, it is about what? Oneness, togetherness. Understood? So that is the point. That means obviously it is normally based on what? The togetherness is based on some kind of identities. It can be largely what? Language. Sometimes it can also be religion. Sometimes it can be another broader term called as culture. Sometimes it can be because of another broader concept called history, whatever. So combination of all those things can also be there. But that is, so if you want to form a nation, some or other common identity should be there. Or else getting people together is not so easy. Clear? Yeah, so normally if you look at the European countries, mostly it is based on what? Language, or a combination of language and religion. But if you take Israel, Pakistan and most of the West Asian countries, it is mostly what? Religion. So whatever, nation means it's a social, psychological, emotional entity. You should have a feeling of that we all are one. That kind of togetherness and oneness should be there. Voice is fine. So that is nation one. Then before coming into this, simple, what do you mean by state? Remember that very famous statement? Okay, I'll show you that question now. Four concepts. And what is state? By definition, It is a political entity. Country, geographical entity, nation, social, psychological, emotional entity, state, political entity. Again, territory, population, government. What is the fourth one? Sovereignty. This is the key. Understood? And whenever you say government in polity, you should take it as what? Whenever they say government, it's a combination of legislature, executive and judiciary. Normally we keep referring to government means executive. Actually it is a combination of LEJ. Fine. Sovereignty is the key word. And the basic definition of sovereignty is what? Again in preamble we'll discuss it a little detail. Freedom from external control. This is the basic definition of sovereign. Freedom from external control. That is basic definition of what you mean by sovereign. Clear? That's why extension of this, 3 dates you have to remember in Indian context. Fine? Till 15th August 1947. So India was what? India was a colony. Clear? Now from 15th August till 26th Jan 1950, what was India? India was independent plus but dominion. Independent dominion. Fine. Why was it dominion? For simple reason, because we were still following 1935 Act. Even if you count 1947 Indian Independence Act, British Crown was our head of the state. That's why India was a dominion from 15th August till 26th Jan. We were independent but dominion. I'm sorry, if you want reason you write. What is the reason? British Crown was the head of the state. British Crown was our head of the state. That is the reason we were called as dominion. Means we were not sovereign. Independent but dominion. Fine. Like for example, even today who are dominions? Australia, Canada, New Zealand and so many small countries in what you call this Caribbean islands. They are even today, they are all what? Even today they are dominions of UK. Means remember just almost 1.5 2 years back. So Queen Elizabeth died and King Charles took over. So Australia, New Zealand and Canada legislatures passed a resolution and declared that King Charles will be their king also. In other words, even today for all of them, who is the head of the state? British king. That's why they are still dominions. So by definition, Australia is not sovereign. By definition, New Zealand is not sovereign. Practically they are, because the king, British king will not interfere into their administration. But theoretically if you take, they are not sovereign. Because, what is they? They are dominion. Clear? Now then when the simple statement is asked, then when did India become sovereign? You have to choose which date. Obviously which date then? From 26th Jan 1950. India, because this also sometimes is a kind of confusion in your books, but even in NCERT and even in what do you call this Government of India websites, it's very clear. If they ask a simple statement, India became sovereign on, don't choose 15th August or something. Which one? Republic Day. Both Republic Day, sovereign, both are same day. Because that is when we got our own president, completely any kind of relationship with British cut off. Very simple aspect. Fine. Just for what we'll do, we'll look at that question so that you will get an idea. I think it was 2021 ka question, right? 2020. I think 21. So they only put 2 years question mostly here. In PYQ it will be there, but can you recall that this is only the put, we'll do it later, so I'll get those PYQs again. So you can easily, I think you remember the state 1 question. So they had played with the statement itself. I'll ask them in the break to put that PYQs. Okay, that is one, sovereign one. Okay, date and everything. Now another 2 words is what? Nation state. This you'll be knowing very simple ones because nation is done, state is done, means you have to take the chronology one. Nation is there, hence they made a state. Means there is already a common feeling that we all are one. Hence those people will get together and make their own state. Simple examples are what? Unification of Germany, unification of Italy. They are all examples of nation state. Unification of Germany or Italy. So concept is what? If you can recall unification of Germany in world history by Bismarck. Already they had a feeling that they all are Germans because they all speak German language. But German speaking people were spread across multiple empires like Prussian Empire, Austria-Hungary Empire, parts of Russian Empire, everything. What they wanted all of them to get together and make one state. Means the idea of nation was already there. Get together and make your own state. Understood? Unification of Germany, Italy. Even because Israel is in news. Remember Israel's history. Which movement? Zionism. Zionism means what? Formation of Israel. It is a political movement of Jews to create their own nation state. It started in you can say 1880s, 1890s, the end 19th century. It was a political movement of the Jews to create their own nation state. Clear? Yeah, that's also nation state example. The feeling of nation is there, get together, make your own state. Now reverse. The reverse concept is what then? State nation. Means what you create first here? You create the state first here. Gradually you become a nation. Understood? Obviously according to multiple scholars, especially Yogendra Yadav, according to him India is what? India is a state nation. Means you first create a state. State means what? Territory, population, government, sovereignty. State itself will make sure that India will get united. Understood? So according to Yogendra Yadav, India is a state nation. Of course you can counter it also. Actually according to so many other scholars, India is a nation state also. Because what they tell, if you do not have a nation feeling in the beginning, how did you have 100 years of freedom movement? So actually by definition, India is a combination of nation state and state nation. And so it's a combination for simple reason because of our diversity. Fine? Yeah, so because recall by the time of independence or even when constitution came into force, the problems of Dravida Nadu in south, problem of Khalistan, insurgencies or integrity issues in northeast, Jammu Kashmir issue was all still pending. Gradually because of 371 statuses, language based states in the south, this, that, 5th schedule, 6th schedule, everything, gradually we were able to address all the concerns. By 1980s and 90s, India became gradually a nation because all those secessionist movement concept is gone. If you have seen now, except Naga Lim, which is sometimes you keep getting that in news, you might have heard that, Naga Lim, which is what? A separate nation demand by the Nagas, NSCN, all of that in internal security they would have told you, which is what Naga Lim includes what? Nagaland plus parts of Arunachal Pradesh, parts of Assam, parts of Manipur plus parts of Myanmar. That is a secessionist movement which is going on for a long time, but as of now it is almost, you can say, not very strong. Khalistan, sometimes you keep hearing that. Again, 1980s it was very strong because of the Bhindranwale and all those things. Operation Blue Star, everything you will be knowing, at least broader idea. Now again it's all not, almost it's all gone. Sometimes they raise it, but the demand is almost, it is out of vogue. Clear? Okay, so India is an example of our combination of nation state and state nation. There is another concept also, if you have heard, which even in news you will keep hearing, that civilizational state. Means what? There is a new concept which they tell is, India can be considered as a civilizational state. Means, civilizational state means what? Where do you always have to take language or religion as the commonality? Because for India you cannot put one language as the commonality. You cannot put one religion also as commonality because by definition Hinduism is also a very diversified concept. That's why what they tell, for India it is not the language, it is not religion. What is common for us? Civilization is common for us for a long time, hence we are a civilizational state. They will trace it back to what? Indus Valley civilization. That you could have, India might have been under different empires over different period of time, but throughout our Indian history from 2500 or maybe more than around 3000 years, what is common? Civilization is common for us. is the logic, civilizational state. But this is not a globally accepted concept, but there is a kind of truth also in it. It's a kind of partially correct also. You can't completely negate it. They'll not ask you, but just keep it in mind.
So even Bharatvarsh is being...
Yeah, same concept. Correct. Bharatvarsh concept, Akhand Bharat concept, that's why it is a mostly a right wing RSS kind of concept. That's why people don't refer to it more. It's an RSS kind of concept, civilizational state. Because remember, they'll not ask this word, but if in case they ask, anyhow they have asked what do you mean by state? What is they ask you, what do you mean by deep state? Just to test your knowledge, they can ask you, that's the UPSC way of asking, right? We'll study entire NCERT and Lakshmikant, they'll simple ask, tell me what do you mean by state? Tell me what do you mean by deep state? What if they ask deep state, what do you mean by deep state? What?
State within state, like in Pakistan military.
That is deep state. Deep state means what? Means an authority which is controlling the state, but they are actually not legitimate. Means what? Simple. For example, military in Pakistan. See, people have not elected military. How are they controlling it then? Fine. In some countries, corporations, MNCs. In some, US, you can't tell. In most of the South American countries, MNCs are a deep state. Means they are not elected by people. But what they do? They will control the state. That is called as deep state. That means what you can say? Any authority or organization, institution, whatever, any authority or organization which is not legitimately elected by people, which is not legitimately elected by people, not legitimately elected by people, but what they do? They run the state, they control the state. Not legitimately elected by people, but they run the state. So that is by definition what? Deep state. Example, which one? Military in Pakistan, companies in few South American countries, bureaucracy in some countries. Understood? So that is deep state. Chances of asking a question directly from that is very, very rare, but at least you should know what do you mean by it. That is the definition of deep state. Any organization which is not legitimately elected by people, but they are controlling the state. Right? Example, which is what? Military in Pakistan.
Sir, is military coups is the same like deep state as...
No. Military coup means what? Means completely they will, because of military coup, what will happen? They will only become the state. Means they will only start directly running the administration. Here they will not directly run the administration. Means decision making someone else will be doing. But these people will control them. Military coup, when it happens, what will happen? The military, the so-called army general or someone only will directly come to power. So he will become state then. Fine. For example, if in case, you can't exactly say now, you look at the Bangladesh case now. Muhammad Yunus is the head. But more or less everybody knows that who is controlling the system. Army is controlling it. That's a kind of deep state. Means someone else is in the decision making position. But that someone else is under whose control? Army's control. Then it's an allegation that, again these are all allegations only, that Bangladesh army is the deep state in Bangladesh. Because they are not directly in power, but they are controlling those who are in power. That's a deep state. Pakistan is more or less the same only, right? When Imran Khan was there, or even now, every time you will keep hearing that army is controlling everything. They are not directly sitting in decision making power, but they will control everything. That is deep state definition. Clear? Okay, because you never know. So anyhow, they can ask a question. This is again another one set of basics. Okay, constitutionalism, this that everything is done. This they will not ask, but just to keep it in mind, because just to test the basics. So you have nationalism as a broader term. Again, under that you have two concepts. One is called as I mean, depending on your optional, you would have studied that in detail also. So nationalism is a broad general concept. It means it refers to what? In simple terms, nationalism means what? One's love, one's respect for their nation, and you are keeping national interest above everything else. You will back your country, you will back your government. That is by definition nationalism. One's love or emotional attachment towards their nation. That is nationalism. Fine? Simple one. But there are two concepts within it, or two categories within it. One is called as what? Patriotism. Guys, I am just repeating if in case for your clarity. Nationalism means one's love or emotional attachment towards their nation. Understood? And by definition, nationalism means what? National interest should be kept as the topmost priority. Means nation will come first. That kind of an idea is called as nationalism. What is the basis of nationalism? There are again types: cultural nationalism, geographical nationalism, like that. That all is not necessary. Now patriotism is what? It is a moderate version of nationalism, balanced. This is moderate version, patriotism. What do you mean by moderate version? You have an emotional attachment for the country, but what you will do? Not necessary that you will always back your government, because government is different, nation is different. So moderate version of nationalism is patriotism. Here what do you have? Does not hate other country. When you say patriotism, you are not hating another country. And what you can do? Can criticize the government or party in power. Can criticize government or party in power. You can criticize the government or party in power. Criticize government or party in power. That is patriotism. Understood? Then the other version is what? Chauvinism or jingoism. This is obviously what then? If that is moderate, what is this? This is extreme version. Extreme version of nationalism is called as chauvinism or jingoism. Now here what is it? Hatred towards other countries. Means almost you will start feeling a kind of superiority. Hatred towards other countries. Hatred towards other countries. Fine? And what you will not do? No critical analysis, no criticism towards party in power or government. You will not accept any kind of criticism, criticizing the government policy or the head of the state, head of the government. You will not accept any criticism. Fine? You will start having a very strong superiority feeling. Whatever Hitler, Nazism, whatever we keep telling, fascism, whatever we keep telling, they are all mostly, they are not nationalism by definition or patriotism. What were they? They were jingoism, chauvinism. Because Hitler developed a feeling that what? They are the superior race. Anybody who criticizes Hitler or government is what? Anti-national. That kind of a concept is what they call as chauvinism. No criticism of the government is accepted. Fine? Yeah, so then comes here obviously another term. Again, because you never know what terminologies they'll try to touch. Secessionism, or this is kind of your society concept also. Secessionism or separatism means what? Demand for a separate country. This is, you can say, kind of opposite of nationalism. Demand for a separate nation. Fine. This is the biggest threat to any country's unity and integrity. Secessionism or separatism. If you want Indian examples, so whatever Khalistan movement is there, that's a secessionism. Whatever they are demanding as Naga Lim, that's a secessionism. Whatever now you don't have, but in 1950s there was a demand for something called as what? Dravida Nadu, that's a secessionism. Fine. In Jammu Kashmir also sometimes, again now it's all more or less gone, now you have seen the election results also. So the kind of, you can say, integration, everything has happened, but some voices will always be there. So this is another terminology. Next comes your which terminology? Regionalism, linguism. That I think you will be knowing because simple concept, the name itself says regionalism, or what they also call it as sometimes subnationalism, which is what, as the name itself says, emotional attachment, one's emotional attachment for their particular region. That I am a Punjabi, I am a Bengali, I am a, what do you call this, Tamil, I am a Kannadiga, I am a Marathi, that kind of strong Gujarati, that strong feeling is called as regionalism or subnationalism. If this goes to the peak, means if it goes to extreme, obviously what that will turn into then? That will turn into, because see, look at this, that I am a Punjabi, I am a Sikh feeling, if it goes to the peak, it will become secessionism. So regionalism or sub-regionalism by definition is not a threat. When is it a threat? When the emotional attachment crosses a particular line, that is a threat. Understood? And in India normally sub-regionalism, sub-nationalism and linguism are mostly linked. Look at South states also linked. Nagaland also, language also angle is there. You will take Punjab also for that matter, language angle is there. So in India both are linked. Same example, same definition. One's emotional attachment for their language, that is linguism. Linguism also, if it goes to peak, secessionism. Fine. Sometimes there is this word also, sub-regionalism, which is what within a region your emotional attachment. Means within a particular state you will have some particular region. You will get more attached to that particular region angle. Let's say Bodo land, it's a sub-regionalism concept. Fine. Or Gorkha land, within that, Tudu land, like that so many are there, which is within region, within a state, small area. Sub-regionalism normally will lead to separate state, but again if it goes to out of control, that's a different issue. Fine, these are one set of basics of constitution. Mostly your political theory chapter, political theory and some maybe to an extent democratic. Remember, NCRTs I am again clarifying, please make sure that you read those NCRTs line by line, especially which were Indian Constitution at work, even compared to that, political theory, democratic politics part 1, democratic politics part 2. Again I am repeating, if in case you have missed out, first is Indian Constitution at work. I should have told it in the beginning itself, Indian Constitution at work. Fine, first one. Then comes your political theory. Please don't miss political theory. Lot of terminologies, you will get better clarity only in this. Political theory. Then democratic politics. Democratic politics, which is what? Part 1 and then part 2. Now there is another NCRT also, which is kind of modern, not post-independence history, kind of polity, which is what? India since, what do you call this? Indian politics since independence, right? That NCRT, yeah, Indian politics is since independence. You remember last year you had a question, which is kind of broadly general question also, that what do you call this, Janasangh, who is the leader, or Congress for Democracy, who is the leader, Swarajist Party, who is the leader. Yeah, that's a 2024, yeah, last year means 2024 question. That is your Indian politics is independence. Even two, 3 years back also they used to ask questions. If you have seen that in the first general election or first Lok Sabha, which was the largest opposition party, fine, and when was State Bank nationalized? When was Indian Airlines nationalized? Like kind of chronology they are asked. India since independence. I think India since independence or Indian politics since independence, which is mostly your post-independence history. Fine, Rajgopalachari Swarajist Party, 3 times the UPSC has asked it. Same, if you remember simple Swarajist Party means Rajgopalachari, obviously you will get the answer. Because Rajgopalachari was what? You can say ideological opposite of Nehru. I mean gradually, in the beginning it was different, and Rajgopalachari is famously called as what? Famously called as conscience of Gandhi. So fine, he is one of the first recipients of Bharat Ratna. And then he is the only Governor General of India. Indian who is the Governor General of India, because Lord Mountbatten continued. And then he is the only Indian who continued. Then you had the concept of president, and Rajendra Prasad took over. Clear? And Rajgopalachari, what he did? He started his own party called as Swarajist Party, which is what? Which was against Nehruvian socialism. He was against land reforms. He wanted market to play a greater role. He was against nationalization. He was typical whatever we follow now. Rajgopalachari had a kind of ideology then. That is Swarajist Party or Swarajya Party. If you remember that also, that's a remember the very famous criticism we keep calling pre-1991 ka license quota permit Raj. Now that also UPSC had asked once to that simple statement. License quota permit Raj was a term made famous by whom? Rajgopalachari. If you did not, please note down. So Rajgopalachari means what? First is conscience of Gandhi. Fine, and first which awardee? Bharat Ratna awardee 1954. 3 people. Rajgopalachari, Radhakrishnan, Raman. Yeah, this is exactly Sir C.V. Raman. Famously called as what? Conscience of Gandhi. Then one of the first recipients of Bharat Ratna, along with whom? Along with Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan and Sir C.V. Raman. So 3 people were awarded at that time. First Bharat Ratna. All 3 are from Tamil Nadu only. Radhakrishnan and Sir C.V. Raman. The next one is what? Only Indian to act as Governor General of India. This is what? After 47, before January 26, 1950. Because remember, under 1947 Act, we had a position called as Governor General of India. Only Indian to function as Governor General of India. Only Indian to function as Governor General of India. Who is that other person? Lord Mountbatten is the first one. He is after Lord Mountbatten. So only 2 people we have Governor General of India after independence. First Lord Mountbatten, second is Rajgopalachari. Which is under which Act? 1947 Act, I am telling, Indian Independence Act 1947. Only Indian to act as Governor General of India after independence. First was who? Lord Mountbatten. Which Act? 1947 Act. Indian Independence Act 1947. Fine, and then as I told what, he also acted as what? Chief Minister of Madras State. It is not Tamil Nadu at that time. Chief Minister of Madras State. Then he came out of Congress, and then what he started? Swarajya Party, ideologically opposite to Nehruvian socialism. Ideologically opposite to Congress. Swarajya Party, ideologically opposite to Congress. Fine. Ideologically opposite to Congress means what all he rejected? Opposed Nehruvian socialism, land reforms, nationalization, strong state. Everything he opposed. Opposed Nehruvian socialism, nationalization, what all? Land reforms, greater role of PSUs, whatever Nehru stood for, he was opposite of that. Strong government. Because remember that time we used to follow what do you call as this one size fits all approach, planning commission era, government led, state led development model, all of that he opposed. That means what he supported then? He was in favor of greater role of private sector, market. And what he was in favor of? He was in favor of US. Nehru was at that time largely tilted towards USSR. He was in favor of US. He said, let's follow capitalism, let's shift towards US. Because this is third time I can recall Swaraj question is asking. And he is the one who coined that which phrase very famously. License, quota, permit, Raj term is associated with, if they ask, C. Rajgopalachari. License, quota, permit, Raj. Remember the famous criticism we keep telling, pre-1991 era. License, quota, permit, Raj. License, quota, permit, Raj. The term is associated with Rajgopalachari. Right? Yeah, so because that kind of questions are also there, I'll tell you all those ones will revise, one after the other. Okay, now this just few basics. Now directly, as they have asked one question, which normally every year it's not a very important one, but we should have that in mind. Making of constitution. Acts and everything, I'll keep it to the end because it's a lot of facts. 1773 Act, everything, I'll sum up at the end. Making of constitution. Obviously, you'll be knowing, but I'll just sum up quickly. Making of constitution. This year, one question they have asked, but there are chances of other questions also being asked. Fine. Obviously, the first demand for Constituent Assembly, we all know by whom? M.N. Roy, Manavanendranath Roy. Again, about Manavanendranath Roy, if they ask, what do you have to keep it in mind? He is founder of, which one? Remember recently, Sitaram Yechuri, he died just almost less than 2-3 weeks back. So he is the father of communism in India. He is the father of Communist Party of India, everything. Father of communism in India means don't even think twice, just choose M.N. Roy. CPI, Communist Party of India, father, founder, whatever you call it as. And what is his ideology? Radical democratism. Again, in optionals we'll study this in detail, but here not necessary. His ideology is called as radical democratism. Fine. And then he had given a plan, if you can recall. Remember, before 5-year plan concept came up by Planning Commission, he had given a plan called as what? People's Plan. People's Plan. Right? If in case you don't know those plans, like remember 5-year plans before the Planning Commission came up with it. First is what? First India's plan is called Vishwesvaraya plan. Sir M. Vishwesvaraya had given that. I mean, there's a lot of people now we don't study that normally because the concept of planning is gone because of Niti Aayog. The first plan is called as Sir M. Vishwesvaraya plan, which was in 1930s. The second plan is what we call as the Bombay plan by the industrialists of Bombay. Sir M. Vishwesvaraya plan, Bombay plan. Third one is what actually? The Sarvodaya plan. Who gave the Sarvodaya plan if they ask? Who? Jaiprakash Narayan. Sarvodaya plan. Fine. Then you had a Gandhian plan, which was given by, what is his name? I'm able to recall his name. Okay, then this People's Plan. This is M.N. Roy. Gandhian plan was, his name is, is someone says Gandhian plan by, some kind of Sri. Sriman Narayan Agarwal. Sriman Narayan Agarwal. Sriman Narayan Agarwal. So he gave the Gandhian plan. So these were the plans before Planning Commission came up with their own plan. And then the another plan which was given by the National Planning Committee headed by Nehru. So these were the 5-year plans, not 5-year plans exactly, plans before that. NPC, National Planning Committee's plan, Nehru. Yeah, okay, one set of basics. Another set of basics they can ask here. Simple concept of this demand for a constituent assembly. He was not the first person actually. He is what you have to have clarity. Official demand for the British. So M.N. Roy was the first person to officially demand the British. Officially demand the British. The idea of constituent assembly, he was not the first person. He was just the first person to officially demand the British. Actually, who was it? Gandhi was also one of the first person. Gandhi demanded constituent assembly much before. Gandhi had demanded constituent assembly in his book Hind Swaraj. Gandhi had written about constituent assembly in his work called as what? Hind Swaraj. But what is it not? It was not an official demand to the British. That's why we write M.N. Roy. But M.N. Roy was not the first person. Demanded constituent assembly in his book called as Hind Swaraj.
Sir, M.N. Roy's ideology, isn't it radical humanism or?
Radical democratism. Radical humanism, I don't know. There's an ideology called as integral humanism. Integral humanism is Deen Dayal Upadhyay. I don't know radical humanism. Radical democratism is this. Your option is PSIR. Yeah, so then you may have a better clarity, but I am telling you general perspective, radical democratism. Integral humanism, I know, maybe in your ideologies they may discuss in detail, but this also at least you should keep it in mind, because you never know, they may ask a question on him also. There is a ideology called as integral humanism. This was Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, one of the ideological fathers of Janasangh and BJP. Integral humanism, yeah. Fine, that means we should not focus just on the material enhancement, but the cultural, spiritual, emotional, psychological enhancement of an individual also. That is integral humanism. Deen Dayal Upadhyay. When he is also what? Like how they have asked a question on Janasangh, Shama Prasad Mukherjee. Deen Dayal Upadhyay and Shama Prasad Mukherjee are the founders of Janasangh. If you didn't know, Deen Dayal Upadhyay plus Shama Prasad Mukherjee, these two are the most important people of so-called Jana Sangh. So Bharatiya Janasangh, which is the original BJP. BJP concept came up in 1980s after emergency, after Indira Gandhi kind of era. I mean, not after Indira Gandhi, after emergency one, when they came out of Janata Party. Till then it was called as Jana Sangh. These are all post-independence concepts. They can easily ask a question. Fine? Okay, one basics. Obviously, now another basic is what? When did the Congress accept it for the first time? Sorry, when did the British accept it for the first time? Or very basics, obviously you know, August of 1940, but Congress rejected it. Then another simple one, they also offered it again in Cripps Mission 1942. Again, Congress rejected it. British accepted Constituent Assembly for the first time, or offered Constituent Assembly first time August of 1940, rejected by Congress. Again they offered it in Cripps Mission, rejected. Very simple basics, obviously you know. Then came up here which one? Then came up your Cabinet Mission 1946. Fine. Now again, if in case they ask, recall who headed Cabinet Mission? Headed by Lord Pethick Lawrence. In modern India again, all these concepts will come back. The other members were Sir Stafford Cripps and A.V. Alexander. Lord Pethick Lawrence, Sir Stafford Cripps, A.V. Alexander, 1946, after Second World War. Fine, this was accepted by both Congress and Muslim League. But remember again, for your modern India fact, Cabinet Mission did not agree for division of India. Fine, they did not agree for it. But Congress and Muslim League accepted the Constituent Assembly proposal. Later, obviously, elections happened, Constituent Assembly elections in July, June, July, August 1946, all those things was there. Then, just for the composition angle, composition of Constituent Assembly, obviously, what is the total strength? Provinces, Chief Commissioner provinces, princely states. 292 plus 4 plus 93. Fine. Now which are these four? One is Delhi, second one is Coorg, third one is British Baluchistan, and fourth one is Ajmer. Actually, Andaman Nicobar Island was also a Chief Commissioner province, but it did not have a member. Andaman Nicobar Islands, it was also a Chief Commissioner's province, but it had no representation in the Constituent Assembly. Delhi, Coorg, British Baluchistan, and then Ajmer. Andaman Nicobar Island was also a Chief Commissioner province, but no representation, means no representation in Constituent Assembly. Fine. Another very basic, if they ask, which province had the highest representation? Obviously, which one? United Province. At that time, means today's Uttar Pradesh, followed by Madras. So this is 1, 2. Because they have asked Sachidananda Sinha after a long time, what if they ask some other kind of Constituent Assembly, very simple basics? Because normally these facts we don't give a lot of importance. But that's a UPSC pattern if you have seen. If you neglect a particular chapter or area, they will come back to it. So United Province had the highest number of members, followed by which one? Madras. Highest number of members we are talking. United Province. What you call as today's Uttar Pradesh. Fine. Obviously, the other basics you will be knowing, I don't even have to tell. So, what happened to the seats? Seats divided between, very simple one, Muslims 6 and others, general. That's very simple aspect, you know that. And how are the members of princely states? Nominated by their heads. Members of princely states nominated by their heads, by their kings, queens. But seats were divided between Muslims 6 and general. Fine. And then on an average, we all know that one seat was around for what? How many? 10 lakh population, one seat on an average, 1 million. Now, how are these people elected now? Members from the so-and-so community. Simple concept. Members from provinces. Two keywords here. Members from provinces. First point, indirectly elected. Now by whom? By already elected members of their community. Already elected members of their community in provincial legislature. In provincial legislature. That's why, because it is their community, what election is this? It is based on the concept of communal electorates. So the members of Constituent Assembly were indirectly elected based on separate electorate, communal electorate. This was the criticism. Indirectly elected, already elected members, their own community, provincial legislature. And obviously you know which system? PRSTV. Proportional representation, single transferable vote. If in case they extend that basics, where do we follow PRSTV in India now? President, Vice President, Rajya Sabha, Council. This is where we follow PRSTV now. Fine. And what is the other system? FPTP. Where is FPTP? Lok Sabha, MLA, Panchayat, Municipality. Fine. Okay, so the next one, that's what is your last year's question. Lok Sabha, Assembly, Panchayat, Municipality, President, Vice President, Rajya Sabha, Council. Clear? Yeah, so the recent one, Constituent Assembly met for the first time in December, to be more precise, December 9th, 1946. And who was the temporary head? That is your this year's question. Very simple. Who was the temporary provisional head? Sachidananda Sinha. And then who was elected? Dr. Rajendra Prasad, V.T. Krishnamachari, H.C. Mukherjee. So this person was the president, or what you can call it as the speaker kind of a one. These people were the vice president, deputy presidents, deputy head. Because at that time we did not have the concept of president. V.T. Krishnamachari, H.C. Mukherjee, and then obviously a very simple one, Rajendra Prasad. V.T. Krishnamachari, H.C. Mukherjee. There was another person, T.T. Krishnamachari. He was the finance minister and member of drafting committee. So temporary head, permanent head, deputy heads. Fine. Again, if they ask a simple question, because just keep this in mind, Ambedkar was elected by or elected from where? Bengal. Ambedkar elected from Bengal. So though he belonged to the so-called Bombay province, or you can call it as central provinces, he was elected from Bengal for Constituent Assembly. Elected from Bengal for the Constituent Assembly. Fine. Then later what happened? Because of partition, he lost his seat. Then re-elected from Bombay. Because he lost the seat. Re-elected from Bombay. Fine. From a seat vacated by a person called as Jaikar. Re-elected from Bombay from Jayakar's seat. Jaikar was a Congress member. He was made to resign the seat, and then Ambedkar contested and won. re-elected from the seat of a person called as Jayakar. Because that is an angle we have to keep that in mind. V.T. Krishnamachari, H.C. Mukherjee. H.C. Mukherjee, V.T. Krishnamachari. Deputy Presidents. Very simple, your Lakshmikant basics, that's it. And then the concept of your objectives resolution. Just 3 points you have to keep here. One is drafted by whom? Second one is unanimously accepted by the Constituent Assembly. Third one is reflected in today's preamble. That's it. Drafted by Jawaharlal Nehru, unanimously accepted by the Assembly, reflected in today's preamble. So these are the only 3 points you have to keep it in mind with respect to objectives resolution. Fine. Yeah, then comes your 1947 Act. What changes? Indian Independence Act 1947. Fine, what changes did it bring? First point, 389 reduced to 299, again split 229 plus 70. This is for province, this is for princely states. The strength of the assembly decreased from 389 to 299. Subdivide 229 plus 70. That is first major change. Fine. Then second major change. Constituent Assembly was made fully sovereign body. Means they can delete any act, they can make any kind of constitution they want. Made a fully sovereign body. Constituent Assembly made a fully sovereign body. Fine. 3. Third one is what? Constituent Assembly given 2 roles. One is obvious draft constitution. Second one is what? Act as what? Act as a dominion legislature. When they acted as dominion legislature, so when they acted as when this met to draft the constitution, Rajendra Prasad presides. When they act as provisional legislature, or you can say dominion legislature, G.V. Mavlankar presides it. G.V. Mavlankar. Right? So this is changes brought by 1947 Act. Then what you have to keep it in mind? The committees. Major committees, minor committees. Minor committees don't matter much, but few you have to keep that in mind. Major committees, again headed by Nehru. 3. One is Union Constitution Committee, Union Powers Committee, and then States Committee. Major committees headed by Nehru: Union Constitution Committee, Union Powers Committee, and third one is what? States Committee. States means committee to negotiate with the princely states. Fine. Yeah, here just to keep it in mind as a link to constitution. Remember the post-independence, as I keep telling, polity, modern, this post-independence chances of linking is very, very high. There is a department called as States Department, which we don't have now to that extent. There is a department called as States Department. This was under Ministry of Home Affairs. Fine. This was headed by Sardar Patel. Fine. This is the department who integrated princely states, most importantly. Remember, that all basic point we all know that Sardar Patel integrated princely states in India, everything. Actually, as part of what? Because he was the Home Minister and he is the one who headed States Department. Integrated princely states with India. Right? But States Committee of Constituent Assembly headed by whom? Nehru. This is States Department as part of Government of India. Not after independence, after independence, before Constitution. Now again, committee is headed by Sardar Patel. Two major ones. One is what? Provincial Constitution Committee. And second one is Committee on Fundamental Rights and Minorities and Tribes. Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minorities and Tribes. Now again, Fundamental Rights Committee headed by J.B. Kripalani, Minorities headed by H.C. Mukherjee, Tribes headed by Gopinath Bordolai. Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minorities and Scheduled Tribes. Subcommittee, which means within that, on Fundamental Rights headed by J.B. Kripalani. If you can recall, J.B. Kripalani was also one of the founding fathers of what? Congress Socialist Party. That was also your question this year. This person associated with which one? Congress Socialist Party, one of the founding members. And then H.C. Mukherjee, the Vice President, one of the Vice President. And then Tribes, Gopinath Bordolai. And there was another committee also, that is not necessary one, not an important. Fine. And then, which one? Committee is headed by Dr. Rajendra Prasad. One is Rules Committee and second one is Steering Committee. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Rules Committee, Steering Committee. Right. And then there were few minor committees. Not everything is important, but just for you to keep it in mind, Dr. Rajendra Prasad headed a committee called as what? National Flag Committee, Ad hoc Committee on National Flag. They are the ones who finalized the national flag. And then there was something called as Order of the House Committee, K.M. Munshi. These two are very important. Order of House Committee, K.M. Munshi. And then there was also a few headed by Gopal Swami Iyengar, which is related to finances. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, National Flag Committee, Order of House Committee, Munshi. Fine, recall, if again just linking points, K.M. Munshi was the person who was responsible for what? Somnath temple reconstruction. Because this year actually I was expecting this because of the Ayodhya temple reconstruction. Historically the famous temple reconstruction was Somnath temple. Now who headed that Somnath temple reconstruction? Sardar Patel was also there, but K.M. Munshi was the most important person. Reconstruction of the Somnath temple, Gujarat. Not construction, mention it as reconstruction. Fine. And then of course the drafting committee one, which is very famous, we all know. Just a curious fact here, because I don't know if you know that or not. Actually the first choice to head the drafting committee was who? Sir Ivor Jennings was the first choice. Means Lord Mountbatten actually wanted him to preside. Sir Ivor Jennings. But then of course Dr. Ambedkar was chosen, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and then Gopal Swami Iyengar, very simple facts. Alladi Krishnaswamy Iyer, K.M. Munshi, T.T. Krishnamachari, who was later finance minister. If you can recall the very famous Chagla committee. T.T. Krishnamachari, then N. Madhav Rao, T.T. Krishnamachari, K.M. Munshi, Madhav Rao, Syed Muhammad Saadullah. But he was the first choice, especially by Lord Mountbatten. Fine, and then totally you had the 3 drafts. Is that everything? Just keep that in mind. Finally, 3 dates you have to keep here. One is November 26, 1949. Constituent Assembly accepted the Constitution. So if they ask accepted the Constitution, or they can also use the term enacted the Constitution, you have to choose November 26, 1949. But there is another 2 dates, another which is what? Very simple ones these are all. Jan 24th, 1950, signed the Constitution. Constituent Assembly signed Constitution. This is November 24th, Jan 24th, 1950. Then your January 26th, 1950, enforcement of Constitution. Enforcement of Constitution. So accepted or enacted the Constitution, signed the Constitution, enforcement of Constitution. In fact, when you say signed, few members did not sign. They said we will not accept by this Constitution. Because that statement also they can give. Like saying like that the entire Constituent Assembly signed the Constitution. Entire Constituent Assembly did not sign. Few members rejected it, saying we don't accept this Constitution. Clear? Yeah, and then obviously very simple one. Original constitution consisted of, very simple fact, preamble, 22 parts, 395 articles, eight schedules. Fine, then from November 26th, 1949, elections, citizenship, provisional parliaments, temporary provisions implemented, enforced. From January 26th, 1950, entire constitution enforced. Obviously, we all know this is a reference to which one? Reference to Purna Swaraj. Fine. And from this day what happened? 1935 Act, 1947 Act repealed, because they may ask a simple conceptual clarity question that the Constituent Assembly or the Government of India from after independence worked under which Act? 1935 Act. Until Constitution came into force, 1935 Act was our Constitution. From January 26, 1950, 1935 Act, 1947 Act repealed. And then there is another act called as Privy Council Jurisdiction that we will discuss under when we link it to your constitution angle, judiciary angle. Fine. Then just to keep it in mind, how many sessions they had total? Constituent Assembly totally had 11 sessions. So because that also a simple aspect they can ask. They totally had 11 sessions. And what they chose? They chose national flag, anthem, song. And then elected Dr. Rajendra Prasad as first president. Then ratified India's membership to Commonwealth, extra constitutional agreement. India's membership to Commonwealth of Nations. Chose the national flag, anthem and song, elected Rajendra Prasad as the first president and ratified India's membership to Commonwealth of Nations. Fine. Again here, just to keep this in mind, national flag or none, all of these are what? Extra constitutional. Extra constitutional means There is no reference to them in the Indian Constitution. Means in the Indian Constitution they don't mention what is national flag, what is national song or anthem. Very simple legal clarity. All of them are extra constitutional provisions. No clarity in the Constitution. National flag, national anthem and national song. Then historical facts if you want. Obviously the flag designed by whom? National flag designed by history angle, a person called as Pingali Venkayya. Fine, and then the anthem song I don't have to tell, obviously we all know, but another point you have to keep in mind, I have already asked it. First time where was the anthem? Okay, first point, national anthem, language originally is what? Bengali. And so then, where was it sung for the first time? 1911 Congress session, Calcutta. So national anthem sung for the first time in 1911 Congress session. Originally written in Bengali, later translated to Hindi. 1911 Calcutta Congress session. Originally Bengali. In fact, I think 2021 question it was. Where was it written? They had asked if you can recall. Fine. There's a village, there's a top area called as in Andhra Pradesh, Madanapalli. There he had that question that asked in prelims. Because Tagore had gone there because of some asthma or some kind of health issue. There he wrote that. That also they asked. It is UPSC question 2021 for national anthem if you want. He wrote that in a village called as, or a place called as Madanapalli, Andhra Pradesh. Fine, this was 2021 prelims question. Then song obviously you know, but again few facts you have to keep that in mind. First is what, when you say Vande Mataram, this is kind of history facts, not the typical polity fact. Obviously we all know Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, but which language? It was in Sanskrit. Then which book? Anand Math. Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, Sanskrit, Anand Math. Then about which one? The book is about Sannyasi Rebellion. Sannyasi Rebellion is what? One of India's first revolt against British. In fact, some people tell the first revolt. It is about that. Fine. And then from January 26 what happened? Constituent Assembly acted as, now you can't call it as Dominion Legislature, that way it is called as what? Provisional Parliament till 1952 first Lok Sabha. So till the elections happened, till the first Lok Sabha started to function, the Constituent Assembly itself acted as provisional parliament. You cannot call it as Dominion Legislature because at that time India was not a dominion, India had become a sovereign state. That's why there is a term called as provisional parliament till 1952 first Lok Sabha. To be more precise, May 1952, but it's okay, 1952 first Lok Sabha. Because the first elections, because this year was a general elections year, actually we are discussing about all that. That first general elections happened in September, October till almost December 1951. Some winter of 1951 we keep telling. Which was conducted by whom? Sukumar Sen. He was the first chief election commissioner. Because we were discussing these facts considering it was a general election year. First chief election commissioner of India is a very famous person called as Sukumar Sen. Understood? That was your 2020 or 2019 prelims question also. And then which was the largest, who was the largest party, I don't have to tell, but which was the largest opposition party? CPI was the opposition party. CPI was the largest opposition party. This was also your prelims question. Largest opposition party, because there was no other major parties. CPI was the largest opposition party. Fine. Yeah, broadly keep this in mind, and then we'll go back to which one. We'll start with parliamentary system and federal system. We'll finish that, and then we'll come back to your parts schedules, because this year they have asked that question also. Then we'll continue with fundamental rights and everything. Okay, let's take some break now, and then we'll start with the other chapters. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll directly start with your, then we'll come back to the other chapters. Let's understand, let's finish off these basics first. Parliamentary system. Of course, the famous question they gave about parliamentary system is what? The most important characteristics of parliamentary system, if they ask directly, you have to choose. Clause 3. Collective responsibility of the Council of Ministers to Lok Sabha, that is House of People. This is the most favorite question of UPSC in parliamentary system. Collective responsibility of Lok Sabha to House of People. Fine. So two way they can ask. They'll ask you which is the most important feature, or they'll ask you Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to. Then you have to choose only Lok Sabha. Please don't choose Rajya Sabha, or please don't choose Parliament. Even if the option is in Parliament, that is wrong. Option is Lok Sabha only. Understood? Because in 75 clause 3, that is what they have mentioned. Clear? Then other ways what they'll ask is, sometimes they'll ask you, not very famous question, but they can ask you also, parliamentary system is also known as Westminster system because of the place. Sometimes they also ask, parliamentary system is also known as cabinet system because cabinet is the nucleus of the parliamentary system. Sometimes they can also ask parliamentary system is also known as responsible government. So different way of asking. Fine. Then other basics, obviously I don't even have to tell. First one is what? Very basics, but extension points are there, that we'll do. Head of state, nominal head, DG or executive. PM, head of government, de facto executive, real head. Then dual membership, to be part of executive, one should be part of legislature. Simple provision. To be part of executive, one should be part of legislature. But again, this also they have asked in your 2021 or 2022 prelims. Article 75 gives an exception. So exception of what? Exception of 6 months. Remember that a person who is not an MP can also be appointed as minister for a maximum of 6 months. Exception of 6 months means what? A person who is not an MP can also be appointed as minister. A person who is not an MP can also be appointed as minister. For how many? Maximum 6 months. This was your 2022 question, I think. Fine. A person who is not an MP can also be appointed as minister. Collective responsibility I have already told you. Next comes your very simple one. Majority party rule, and in India 272 is the numbers, and then sometimes they use this concept also. Of course, if you don't have majority, what is the concept you have? Coalition government. Sometimes, if in case you have seen in news, there is a word called as minority government also, which is in use. Both are coalition only. Then what is the difference? Coalition government means coalition partners, coalition parties take up minister positions. Coalition parties take up minister position. Here, no. Coalition parties do not take up minister position. Should. So what we have now in India today, Narendra Modi government is what the NDA government, which is because what is it? It's a coalition government. Because the coalition parties of Nitish Kumar, of Chandrababu Naidu, all of them, they have accepted minister position. If they did not accept minister position, then that government will be called as what then? Minority government. So minority government is a coalition government in which the supporting parties do not accept minister positions. Clear? That kind of governments also we have had in 1990s. But UPA 1, UPA 2, Manmohan Singh, as well as now Narendra Modi, all of them are coalition government. That is your majority party rule. And then extension of this, these are all very easy. Political homogeneity. Fine. In coalition government, again for your clarity, in coalition government, they'll have something called as, again because you never know, they may ask these points. So what is it? In case of coalition governments, common minimum program is drafted. Fine, CMP we call it as common minimum program. But this is what? This is not mentioned in constitution. This common minimum program is not mentioned in constitution. Clear? That is political homogeneity. Then extension of this, leadership of PM. PM is called as what? Primus inter pares. There is no separate words for him. Whatever, that all we'll discuss later. Leadership of PM. Then comes here another most important point. Dissolution of Lok Sabha. Early dissolution of Lok Sabha. Early dissolution of Lok Sabha. For here, again a few points what you have to keep it in mind. According to constitution, term of Lok Sabha is 5 years. Correct? But how is it counted? It is counted from first sitting of newly elected Lok Sabha. It is counted from the first sitting of newly elected Lok Sabha. So this is the key. This year also we are expecting it because of the general election year. Counted from the first sitting of newly elected Lok Sabha. Fine. Now, again according to constitution, COM can recommend. It is not PM. COM can advise precedent for early dissolution. COM can advise the President for early dissolution of Lok Sabha. Fine. Then what grounds? No grounds mentioned. So it means on what basis can you dissolve it? There is no basis. No grounds mentioned in Constitution. No grounds mentioned in Constitution. Then once dissolved, it is irrevocable. It is irreversible. That means the only option is what then? General election of Lok Sabha within 6 months. Once dissolved, it is irreversible. The only option is general election of Lok Sabha within 6 months. Fine. General election within 6 months. Now again, few points just to keep it in mind. PM will continue as caretaker PM. PM will continue as caretaker PM. Until when? Until new PM is appointed. Will continue as caretaker PM until new PM appointed after general election. Understood? For your favorite example, Atal Bihari Vajpayee during Kargil war. So he was not the PM at that time. So what was he actually? He was the caretaker PM. Again this caretaker PM not mentioned in Constitution. There is no word called as caretaker PM mentioned in Constitution. Then what is it? It's a convention. Caretaker PM is not mentioned in Constitution. It's a convention. Understood? Again, as we keep telling, always keep this in mind. Positions like President, Vice President, PM, CM or Chief Justice of India or Speaker of Lok Sabha, none of them can remain vacant any time. Caretaker PM is not mentioned in Constitution. It is based on the convention. Right? Again, just to keep this in mind, if government or if the party in power, if ruling party has lost NCM, no confidence motion, if ruling party has lost no confidence motion, President need not listen to his advice. Need not accept their advice of early dissolution. President need not accept their advice of early dissolution because you have lost the no confidence motion, so you don't have the authority to recommend for early dissolution. Fine, okay, that's in a way situational discussion that we'll come back to it. So these are your major features of parliamentary system, you have to keep it in mind. Fine. Then comes your, which is again very simple, you will easily understand. Just reverse, that's it. Fine. Then advantages, disadvantages, everything you will be knowing. I don't have to tell all of them. So directly what we can talk about is, if you want that, I'll just sum up once. Very simple basics of your principle of collective responsibility. That's the first most important advantage. Extension of that, coordination between legislature and executive. Extension of that, prevents concentration of power. Dominance of ruling party in legislature. Prime ministerial government, concentration of power with the prime minister. Violates separation of power. Rule by amateurs, that is non-experts. Fine. Of course, again another point. Parliamentary system, what is it already? It is already part of basic structure. Supreme Court has declared it multiple times. And then Swaran Singh Committee, all of them have told that the system should continue, all of them, that's all not necessary. Why India? Okay, another point. Just for you to understand, whatever prelims points, Swaran Singh Committee, NCRWC, plus Law Commission, plus second ARC, all of them have told continue with parliamentary system. So none of them have told shift. Fine, another point you have to keep it in mind. If in case they ask, this is a kind of modern India touch also, Government of India Act 1919, Montagu-Chelmsford reform, that is a foundation for parliamentary system in India. Foundation for parliamentary system in India. Foundation for parliamentary system in India. To be more precise, which one? Diarchy provision. Recall, diarchy provisions, transferred subjects. Those subjects which are handled by the ministers being responsible to the government. That is actually parliamentary system. So if in case they ask which act laid the foundation for parliamentary system in India, please choose Government of India Act 1919, Montagu-Chelmsford reforms. Which provision under that? Diarchy provision. Which provision, to be more precise, under that? Transferred subjects. transferred subjects, because what do you mean by transferred subjects? Handled by ministers, answerable to legislature. So that answerability is the key. Handled by ministers, answerable to legislature. Handled by the ministers, answerable to the legislature. Diarchy, transferred subjects, handled by ministers, answerable to legislature. The opposite of that was your reserved subjects. Reserved means what? Handled by the ministers, not answerable to legislature. NCRWC plus, NCRWC means National Commission to Review the Working of Constitution. Law Commission, second ARC, all of them told that in India should continue with the same parliamentary system. Fine. Yeah, this is one set of basics. Parliamentary system ka. Handled by ministers, answerable to legislature. Now another one, an extension of this. Very simple points. Unwritten, written, constitutional monarchy, republic. PM should be a member of House of Commons, either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Only MPs can be made ministers. Here what do you have? We have an exception of 6 months. Shadow cabinet followed. Here no such provision. And then here they have another principle called as legal responsibility of minister. Here no such provision. Legal responsibility of the minister. Here you have no such provision. Just to extend this, what do you mean by that? See, when you say shadow cabinet, just for you to understand, if in case you have forgotten or you have You don't have that clarity. In simple terms, it means in UK what will happen is that ruling party, as of now the Labour Party, and then opposition. So the PM, they will have their own PM. Finance Minister, they don't call it as Finance Minister, but the opposition will have their own Finance Minister. Defense Minister, opposition will have their own defense. So on. That is what you call it as shadow cabinet. Means what? The opposition party will have their own government and their role is to check the party in power or check the ministers in power. That's why it is called as shadow. Shadow means what? They are absolutely followed, like the nature of shadow. In India we don't have this. One, because it's not a convention in India. Two, in India we have too many opposition parties. Now how do you convince all of them to get together and form a shadow cabinet? In Britain, Labour Party, Conservatives. So chances are high, they can easily form it. And as we keep telling, UK is a government based on what? UK is a system based on convention. Now what is this legal responsibility then? This principle. What is the legal responsibility of the minister? Actually it comes from a principle called as king can do no wrong. So it is based on the principle of king can do no wrong. So that is the foundation of legal responsibility of minister. What do you mean by that? It means if the king has signed, obviously the minister has to countersign it. That is what you call as legal responsibility. Means any decision taken by the king, or you can say the crown of the Britain, will be countersigned by respective minister. In case of anything going wrong, you cannot question the king, you have to question whom? You have to question the minister. That's why it is called as legal responsibility of the minister. So minister will take the responsibility, not the king, because the entire system is based on concept of king can do no wrong. Means no courts can question the king. If anything is wrong, question whom? Question the minister. Clear? In India, that countersigning concept is not there. As remember Article 77 of Constitution, any executive decision of Government of India is officially taken in the name of President of India and no minister need to countersign there. Clear? In India also we have this, but that's a different way. That's 361, legal immunity. Okay, this is broadly your parliamentary system points. Here, I mean, whatever that early dissolution, there you have an exceptions. That all I have clarified. I don't think anything is necessary other than that here. Next, directly some points related to federalism. Again, very basic, like how they can ask in parliamentary system which is the most important feature. Same way they can ask in federalism also which is the most important feature. The most important feature is what? This is the most important feature. Division of power between different levels of government in the written constitution itself. That's when they can ask a simple question again. A written constitution is mandatory for federalism. Answer is what? Yes. Yes. Written constitution is mandatory for democracy. Answer is no. Written constitution is mandatory for federalism. Answer is yes. I am again repeating, very easy chance of getting confused. If the statement says written constitution is mandatory for democracy, I have already told it is wrong. But if the statement says written constitution is necessary for federalism, answer is yes. So it is mandatory, means written constitution mandatory for federalism. Mandatory for federalism. Fine. Now obviously we know that you have three types of system. One is the unitary system. In simple terms it means what? As the name itself says, only one level of government. only one level of government is called as unitary system. Fine, obviously example, all those things you know. The famous example, UK, France, Sweden, Norway, so many are there, only one level of, even if other level is there is no. Then when you say federalism, minimum 2 levels of government, doesn't mean only 2, minimum 2 levels of government. Federalism means minimum 2 levels of government. And when you say federalism, what you will not have? No right to secede. No right to secede. And whenever you say federalism, one or other way, what you will have? Strong center. How strong? That may vary. But when you say federalism, you should always have a strong center. No right to secede for the regional units, and you will always have a strong center. Minimum 2 levels of government. In UK, compared to US, obviously in Canada and India, central government is more strong. That may vary, but strong center is common. So why are we writing it? Because, just for your again clarity, there is another level of government called as, not level in the sense, another type, confederation. Here the point is, so who are strong here? Here, regional government is very strong, and you will have the right to secede. So that is the reason confederations do not succeed. What are the examples for confederation? International organizations. Now examples for this are same UN, G20. So these are your examples for confederations. Strong regional government, right to secede. Clear? And as we have already told, the first and oldest federation is what? US itself. And India follows which one? Okay, that oldest federation I have already clarified. First federation, oldest federation, US, 1787. But again, if you don't know the world history, American Revolution, 1782 to 87, US was a confederation. From 82 to 87, US was a confederation. Then in 87, it became a federation. Because 1777 to 82 was the revolution era. Clear? Then Indian angle, just to keep it in mind, Indian Constitution does not mention the term federation because of the confusion with the term. Indian Constitution nowhere mentions the term federation, but it is part of basic structure. It is declared as part of basic structure, which case? SR Bommai case 1994, federalism is part of basic structure. But it is part of the basic structure. SR Bommai case, President's Rule 356, 1994. The Indian Constitution does not mention the term federation. When that Article 1, all those things, that we'll mention it later. Now, just for your clarity again, dual polity, division of power, written constitution, rigid constitution, supremacy of constitution, independent judiciary, bicameralism at the national level. So these are your features of in general federalism, but as I told, the most important feature is what? Division of power. That is the most important one. Fine, federalism is also part of basic structure, parliamentary system is also part of basic structure. Then, now the criticisms, all those things is not required, but just to mention, because that will become a mains angle. But who described India as what if they ask? Just keep it in mind. I'll just sum up once for all everything. Casey Ware called it as quasi-federal. Sir Ivor Jennings described it as a federation with a strong centralizing tendency. Maurice Jones described it as bargaining federalism. Paul Appleby described it as extremely federal. Granville Austin described it as cooperative federalism. Alexandrovic described it as sui generis model. So sui generis is a Latin term which means unique. Justice Beg described it as amphibian federalism. Justice Beg, amphibian federalism. Different descriptions of Indian federalism these are. Right. Now here again you will get a lot of points just for you to clarify, because only from the prelims angle we will discuss here. When you say strong center, greater legislative, financial power to Government of India. single constitution and single citizenship. Next one is what? All India services. Governor. Emergency. Residuary power to Parliament. Integrated judiciary. Integrated audit and election commission. Like still so many are there, but these are broadly the ones. Single constitution, single citizenship, all India service, governor, emergency, residuary powers to the parliament, integrated judiciary, integrated audit, integrated election commission, finance commission, terms of reference, so many are there. That all, when we do topic by topic, we will discuss at that time. Fine. Now, extension of this, if in case they ask just for definition wise, other points anyhow we will repeat it. What do you mean by symmetric federalism? Simple definition, symmetric means similar provisions, powers and limitations for regional governments. And world's famous example for symmetric federalism is United States. Then comes your asymmetric federalism. As the answer, it's as the, say, you can just call it, but change that. Special provisions for regional units, means states or parts of state. Special provisions for regional units, or you can say few regional units based on their needs and circumstances. Special provisions for the regional units based on their needs and circumstances is called asymmetric federalism, and world's famous example for asymmetric federalism is India. So world's famous example for symmetric federalism, US. World's famous example for asymmetric federalism, India. Clear? And of course here a few points we need to understand here. The famous examples for asymmetric federalism, 370, 371, 5th, 6th schedule, inner line permit, special category status, difference between states and union territories. Only Delhi, Puducherry, J&K UTs have legislative assembly. Within this there are sub two types called as special federalist, special asymmetric, specific asymmetric, but that's not necessary. 370, 371, 5th and 6th schedule, inner line permit, special category status, We'll discuss all of them. Few details. Differences between states and union territories, and only Delhi, Puducherry, J&K having their own legislative assembly. Special category status. Fine. Now we need to discuss what do you mean by that special category status. What is this 371? Fine. For 371, first 370 anyhow is not there, but just if you want about 370, basic point about 370, sorry. First is what? Based on, which one? Based on instrument of accession signed by Raja Hari Singh with Jawaharlal Nehru. Instrument of accession signed by Raja Hari Singh with Jawaharlal Nehru. Fine. Of course, where is 370 mentioned? It is a temporary provision. That means, okay, that we'll mention at that stage, or else we'll get confused. Now, what happened to this now? Abrogated in 2019 by Constitution Application to Jammu Kashmir Order 2019. Abrogated in 2019 by Constitution Application to Jammu Kashmir Order 2019. So based on that, it is taken away now. Constitution Application to J&K Order. And then you had the act. That act is for a division of Jammu Kashmir. That's a different one. And Supreme Court has already told that this order is valid. Fine. Because of that only 370 and 35A both are abrogated. Abrogated means, keep it in mind, abrogated means non-enforceable. It does not mean abolish, because it is still there in the Constitution. Okay, now for 371, first point, who gives this special status? By Parliament under Article 368, special majority. Absolute majority and 2 by 3 present and voting. That is how 371 status is given. Fine. What grounds? Again, grounds are not mentioned in Constitution, but broadly. First is what? Socio-economic backwardness. Socio-economic backwardness is the first point. Second one is what? Regional aspirations, local aspirations. Aspirations of the local people, as they tell. Second one is regional aspirations. Third one is what? Cultural distinctiveness. Then fourth one is law and order disturbance. So broadly on these four grounds, so Parliament can give special status. This is also a special status only, Article 371. Socio-economic backwardness, regional aspirations, cultural distinctiveness, law and order disturbance. Fine. Now, because you can easily ask it as a list, 371 is for Maharashtra and Gujarat. 371A is for Nagaland. B is for Assam. C is for Manipur. D and E is for Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. F is for Sikkim. G is for Mizoram. H is for Arunachal Pradesh. I is for Goa. J is for Hyderabad, Karnataka, region of Karnataka. So because they can easily ask this as a kind of match the following. They have not touched these kinds, but anytime those kind of questions may come back. Hyderabad, Karnataka, region of Karnataka. Yes, but that renaming is not in the constitution, that government recalls it. I mean, the government has renamed it. In the constitution, it is still Hyderabad, Karnataka, region of Karnataka. So this is 371. Of course, for each article they have some their own distinctiveness. That's different one. Now, just extension of this. Then what is this 5th and 6th schedule? Again, separate chapters are there that we'll discuss later. But just to keep it in mind, when you say 5th schedule, this is for whom? What they famously called as scheduled areas. Article 244. Fine. As of now, you have it in 10 states: MP, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan. This is one set. And then Himachal Pradesh. And then other set: Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. This is your 5th schedule. Then 6th schedule, of course, details are there. Autonomous District Council and then Tribes Advisory Council, that all we'll discuss later. Assam plus Tripura plus Meghalaya plus Mizoram. That is your 6th schedule. Fine. Recall, for that matter, as of now there is a demand by Arunachal Pradesh, there is a demand by Ladakh to be included into 6th schedule. Again, clarity, no specific criteria, because they can easily ask this in your statements. No specific criteria for inclusion in 5th or 6th schedule. Means on what basis did you include one state for inclusion in 5th or 6th schedule? So ultimately it depends on Parliament, that's it. There is no criteria at all. No specific criteria for inclusion in 5th or 6th schedule. Fine. Again, because inner line permit, some one or other time it will always be in news. Just it's better, it's a kind of current affairs angle every year. Inner line permit is what? It is actually a British legacy. Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation Act. So this is the act. and then as of now it is in Arunachal Pradesh plus Nagaland plus Manipur plus Mizoram. Manipur is newly added. Fine, then ILP is the concept of ILP is nowhere mentioned in the constitution. Then what you need? Special permit for outsiders to enter these areas. You need a special provision to enter these areas. Then no permanent settlement or business or marriage. Then can't buy property. Then no religious activity. Outsiders cannot buy the property, no religious activities allowed. No permanent settlement, no business, no marriage. It is not mentioned in constitution. It is based on Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation Act 1873, I think. So that act, that is your inner line permit. Clear? Then comes here another concept called as special category status. Again, basic point. It is also not mentioned in constitution. Then what is it? It is recommendation of Finance Commission. Then the status was given by National Development Council. Jammu Kashmir was also there, but Jammu Kashmir is not a state now, that's why they don't include that. Himachal Pradesh plus Uttarakhand plus 8 Northeast state plus Telangana. So this is special category status. Fine. Then what is the criteria? First one is what? Share international borders. Second one is what? Tough geography, geographical terrain. Third one is what? Infrastructure backwardness. Then fourth one is what? High ST population. Then low state GDP, GSDP, what they call it as. Sharing international borders, tough geography, infrastructure backwardness, high population of STs and low state GDP. If you have that, then based on that they will give you special category status. Then what is the benefit? You will get extra grants by Government of India. You will get increased share in externally funded projects like World Bank funded, increased share in externally funded projects. increase in the share in externally funded projects. Increased share in the externally funded projects. Then another one is what? Reduction in tax for companies. Means incentives. So they'll tell the companies, you go and establish your industries in these areas. Rather than paying 20% corporate tax, pay 10%. Rather than paying so and so GST, pay a little less. Decrease in the tax for companies, increase in the share in externally funded projects, additional grants by Government of India. So this is your special category status. Then okay, anyhow that Jammu Kashmir election angle is there. Okay, that is broadly your asymmetric federalism. Then cooperative, competitive, confrontational, everything is there, but we should look at it from a prelims perspective, not from the mains perspective, because directly on cooperative federalism they will never ask a question. When you say cooperative federalism, they can give a simple definition. It is a type of federalism in which there is a horizontal relationship between center and state. Means what? Center and states have to work together to share the goals of the constitution. That's why they describe it as what? Sometimes they describe it as horizontal relationship. When you say horizontal relationship, it means both are equal. Horizontal relationship between center and states. In other ways, both working together. It's not like center is above states, nothing like that. That's why they got as horizontal. Both center and states working together. And what are the principles it is based on? Strong states make strong nation. This is the principle. Strong states make strong nation. Fine. Then again you can subdivide vertical or cooperative federalism, horizontal cooperative federalism also, but that's again a means point, not necessary here. Strong states make strong nation. If you want example, for example, if you want to make it as vertical cooperative federalism, means center and states working together, and then you have something called as horizontal cooperative federalism, means states working together. Vertical cooperative federalism, horizontal cooperative federalism. Vertical cooperative federalism, simple example is what? Planning Commission replaced by Niti Aayog. 41% vertical devolution by 15th Finance Commission. Vertical devolution by 15th Finance Commission. Then rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes. Rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes. Interstate council. Fine, here zonal council. And then sharing of best practices. Means if one policy, one act has worked better in one state, the other states will learn from it. Sharing of the best practices. Interstate council is also there. And then Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. Aspirational, okay, that's in a way competitive. Okay, so there's still so many. There is cooperative federalism. Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. Then comes your competitive. Obviously, as the name itself says, healthy competition between the states as well as between the states. You're talking about healthy competition. Again, you can subdivide if you want. Vertical between center and states. Horizontal between the states. This one you have lot of rankings, remember? Swachh Bharat ranks, Good Governance Index, SDG Index, and so many are there. Aspirational District Development Program, Composite Water Management Index, like that, so many are there. Then under vertical, what you have? Both working together to promote ease of doing businesses. Of course, here in the horizontal, you still have what business summits like Karnataka organizes Global Investors Meet. There's something called as Vibrant Gujarat Summit, and then Sunrise Andhra, Magnetic Maharashtra, all of those things, business summits. Both working to promote ease of doing business. Huh? Composite Water Management Index, Niti Aayog. I mean, there's so many indexes like that. Composite water management. But this is broadly what you call as competitive. Then another very famous one is what you call it as, whatever we are discussing now is largely a mains topic, but you have to look at it from a prelims perspective. Means how they can ask a prelims question on inner line permit. They can ask a question on special category status. So like that you need to see. Confrontation means what? Obviously, as the name itself says, it's a negative relationship. Differences in ideology or opinions between center and state or between states. That's why again they divide it into two: vertical, horizontal. Vertical means between center and states. Horizontal means between the states. Of course, there are so many, I don't have to even say. NEP rejected by Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. CAA rejected by, you cannot say rejected, opposed. CAA opposed by Kerala. NEET opposed by Tamil Nadu. Fine. Then horizontal is what? Interstate water border. Interstate water or border dispute. This is example wise. Again we can look at it from a prelims perspective also to an extent. Interstate water or border disputes. Clear? Yeah, now the legal angle is what? Now let's say, because again it's a kind of current affairs angle also, take NEP for that matter. Fine, now what is the legal angle? Education is a subject in concurrent list. Fine, that means both Government of India as well as states can make acts, can make policies and everything. Now it's a policy. Now when you say policy, policy is an executive decision. means Government of India, ministers have taken the decision. Hence, states have an option to accept or reject it. States have an option to accept or reject it. Understood? So, the simple question is, can Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or Kerala, can they oppose NEP? Of course, answer is yes, they have an option. Because for simple reason, it is a concurrent subject, and two, what is it? It's an executive decision, you can reject it. Fine, obviously the disadvantage is what? If you reject it, you will not get the money that is required, that you would have got if you had accepted it to implement NEP. That's your wish. If you are saying, I don't want that money, that's fine. Fine, that's why NEP opposing by the states is not a huge controversial issue. But what is the controversial issue here? Another angle you need to keep it in mind. If an act is passed by Parliament, states have no option. This is another legal angle. If it is an act passed by the Parliament, states have no option. No option means what? You should mandatorily accept it. That's why, for example, if Kerala says we are not happy with CIA, it doesn't matter because they have no option. So Kerala cannot, not just Kerala, any state cannot oppose an act because you have no option, you should mandatorily implement it. But NEP is a policy. Same applies for programs also. Let us say, for example, you might have seen when Ayushman Bharat was launched, a lot of states told that we will not implement it. So you have an option because it's a program. Like policy program is also what? Welfare program, executive decision. You may or you may not implement it. But if it is an act, you have to implement it. Clear? Now that is another legal angle. Now another legal issue with respect to NEET. Because of the NEET leaks and everything, even if you are seen in GS2 means this time they asked a question on what, if in case you have seen the paper, Public Examinations Prevention of Unfair Practices Act 2024 they have asked. That's also in a way related to NEET. Fine, so NEET angle is what? NEET is based on whose guidelines? NEET is based on Supreme Court guidelines. Understood? And what does Article 141 say? 141 says orders and judgment of Supreme Court is binding on everybody. Orders and judgments of Supreme Court binding. So in other words, you have no option, you have to implement it. Now based on Supreme Court guidelines, Government of India introduced NEET. So because it was introduced by Government of India based on Supreme Court, now you have to implement it. Means states have no option. But again there is a legal angle. Again this is based on which subject? Education. Education is again what subject? Concurrent subject. Now the check is what? If there is center's law, obviously what is it then? It is binding on states. In other words, Government of India, states have to implement NEET, but there is a check. If there is center's law, then it is binding on the states. Fine, but what is the check here? If state legislature passes their own act plus gets president assent, state exempted. So in other words, if Tamil Nadu does not want NEET to be implemented in their state, they can get an exemption. But what they should do? Pass their own law and get not the governor's assent here. Get whose assent? President's assent. Then NEET will not be implemented in Tamil Nadu. But here what has happened? They have passed their own law. But obviously, why will President give the signature? Because President will obviously work based on the advice of COM. So hence, they have not yet get President's assent, they have not yet received President's assent. In other words, they have to implement NEET because they have no other option. If state legislature passes their own act and gets the President assent, then the state is exempted. Fine. These are all points related to confrontational federalism. Now, I mean, just for you to mention, keep that statement in mind. Normally, I keep telling this, that's why I am just clarifying. For cooperative federalism, there is a very famous statement which says, Punchi Commission has described cooperative federalism as dharma of center-state relations. If in case they ask that statement, which commission described it or what is described as dharma, cooperative federalism is described as dharma of center-state relations. Punchi Commission. Dharma of center-state relations. Then of course another one, fiscal federalism, which is called as the lifeblood of center-state relations in India. Lifeblood of center-state relations in India. Again, obviously the first most important is what? Finance Commission. Fine, let's find the bodies also will cover then and there itself, just Finance Commission, most important one. Article 280. Then what is it? It is a temporary constitutional body. Means what? Once they submit the report, your work is done. Then President establishes it once in 5 years. President establishes it once in 5 years. Then next one, their report is not binding on government. Their report non-binding on the government. Fine. Then factual aspects if you want. First Finance Commission headed by K.C. Yogi. The recent ones, 13th Finance Commission headed by Vijay Kelkar. 14th Finance Commission headed by Y.V. Reddy. 15th headed by N.K. Singh. Now 16th headed by whom? Arvind Panagaria. Fourteenth Y.V. Reddy, 13th Vijay Kelkar, 15th N.K. Singh, 16th Arvind Panagaria. If you can recall, Arvind Panagaria was the first vice chairperson of Niti Aayog. When Niti Aayog was established in 2015, he was the first vice chairperson, Arvind Panagaria. First vice chairperson of Niti Aayog. Vijay Kelkar, 13, 14 Y.V. Reddy, 15 N.K. Singh, 16 Arvind Panagaria. Fine. Now N.K. Singh report, we are implementing it now from when to when? 2021 to 2026 is the N.K. Singh report. So we are at present we are under 15th Finance Commission report. Fine. Then another facts if you want, which is the act. There is a very famous act called as Finance Commission Act 1951. Based on that act, Finance Commission consists of one chairperson plus 4 members. One chairperson plus 4 members. This is the composition of Finance Commission. But what they don't have, no separate oath. Remember, Finance Commission, nobody will take a separate oath. No separate oath. No tenure. And so nothing. So you can be appointed as members anytime. Obviously, salary, service condition, everything President determines. President determines service conditions. Means what is the salary and everything, they will decide. And what is Finance Commission famously called as? It is famously called as the balancing wheel of fiscal federalism or center-state financial relations. Balancing wheel of center-state financial relations. Balancing wheel of center-state financial relations or fiscal federalism. Fine. And now the very famous one is what? Government of India to states to local bodies. Here it is Union Finance Commission, here it is State Finance Commission. As I told, Union Finance Commission is 280, State Finance Commission is Article 243I, 243Y. So both are constitutional bodies itself. Fine, you have vertical devolution, horizontal devolution. At present, vertical devolution, obviously you know, based on 15th Finance Commission, how much is it? 41% is the vertical devolution. Then you have horizontal devolution also. Again, based on 15th Finance Commission, I am telling what is the formula for horizontal devolution. Horizontal devolution means what? How much money is given or how is the money allocated between the states. Income distance 45% allocation. 2011 census plus area of state 15% each. Fine. Then comes your demographic performance. Is your 12.5%. Then comes your environment, ecology, forest cover 10%. Then comes your tax efforts, which is 2.5%. So this is your horizontal devolution based on 6 factors. Income distance means what is the performance of the state compared to the best performing state. In simple terms, for horizontal devolution, what you have to understand is if your state has more population, if your state has more poverty, if your state has what you call as this low GDP, low growth, they will give you more money. That's it. Poor states get more money Rich states get less money. That's why if you observe, remember they keep telling that Maharashtra contributes 100 rupee to government of India, gets back 8 rupee in return. Karnataka contributes 100 rupee but gets back 13 rupee in return. Tamil Nadu contributes 100 rupee, I think gets back around 20 rupee or 18 rupee in return. Maharashtra gets the least back. But you might have heard those criticisms, or what you call as the opposition by the south. They keep telling that we contribute 100 rupee, but Uttar Pradesh, Bihar gets 200 rupee, 300 rupee for 100 rupee they contribute. Some northeast states get more than almost around 800, 900 rupees. That's the criticisms. Whatever, this is the formula. Income distance 45, 2011 census plus area on state, 15% each. 15%, 15%, total 30. Demographic performance 12.5. Demographic performance means what? Simple. Compared to 1971 census, how much have you controlled your population? If you have controlled more, this is again incentive for south states. Then environment 10%, tax effort 2.5%. Tax effort means to what extent have you improved your performance in tax collection? So total 100%. Clear? This is your horizontal devolution, broadly fiscal federalism. Finance Commission also we completed here itself. Fine. And then the most other important body which was there for fiscal federalism was Planning Commission. Okay, before Planning Commission what we'll do is Grand Senate again we can, okay, better we do it here itself. Because Finance Commission is in charge of this also. We have a concept called as Grand Senate. Under that, the first type of Grand Senate is called as what? Statutory grants, Article 275. Fine. Now, it is based on Finance Commission. Then agreed by Parliament. Then not same for all states. So it's not the same for all states, it differs. That is your statutory grants. It is not the same for all states. Given only for needy states. Given for needy states. Then comes your discretionary grants, Article 282. This is based on, or this was based on Planning Commission. Fine. But of course you don't have Planning Commission now. So now by Ministry of Finance. Understood? As the name itself says, it is discretion of Government of India. So this was highly politicized. Then ideally statutory grants should be more than discretionary grants. In practice, discretionary grants is more than statutory grants. Ideally, statutory grant should be more than discretionary grant, but in practice, discretionary grants is more than statutory grant. And this one, statutory grants, only Government of India can give. Only Government of India can give. This one, both Government of India and states. So both Government of India as well as state governments can give discretionary grants. So states can give it for whom? States can actually give it back to Government of India also. So, but obviously in practice you recall, states are already criticizing that they don't have enough money. How do you expect states to give it back to Government of India? That doesn't happen. So only Government of India will give to states. But theoretically they do have. Right? Now extension of this, because all of them are linked. One is called as central sector schemes. %100% funded by Government of India. Mostly on union or sometimes on concurrent subjects. Implemented by Government of India. Understood? Example, BharatNet. Namami Gange, MP lads. Of course, there are so many. 100% funded by Government of India, implemented by Government of India. Example, BharatNet, Namami Gange, MP lads. Fine. That is central sector schemes. Of course, the next scheme is called as what? Next category? Centrally sponsored schemes. It is based on concurrent or state subject. Funding is shared between center and states. Fine. Government of India, 2 states. If you take the funding pattern, normally it is 70-30, 60-40, sometimes you can also say 80-20. But for special category status, normally it is 90-10. And who implements it? Implemented by states. Example, of course, the landmark ones, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Jal Jeevan Mission. In fact, most of the welfare schemes, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Awas Yojana, yeah, probably that is MG Naregas, SC plan, ST plan, Sarva Shikshan Abhiyan, midday meal scheme. Right. So this is where another concept will come. Under centrally sponsored schemes, there are 2 types of grants called as, one is tied grants. As the name itself says, conditions imposed by Government of India on states. That's why it is tied grants. Next one is untied grants. Some people call it as general grants also. General grants, specific grants. So this is called as specific grants. Specific because they'll tell you where to spend it. This is called as general because there is no clarity. So means what? Autonomy for states. Fine. And then the general other word, broader word called as performance grants. Performance grants. As the name says, performance. If you perform well, they'll give you additional one. Specific tied grants, general untied grants, performance grants. Untied grants actually you can also call it as flexi grant or flexi fund. Flexi comes from the word flexible. Fine, because of the rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes, what has increased? Untied grants has increased. Rationalization of centrally sponsored means what? It was based on a report of Trivedi committee. Rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes. Not Trivedi, sorry, Chaturvedi committee. Chaturvedi committee. Now what has happened because of this? One is merger of centrally sponsored schemes. Earlier there were around 200 CSAs. Now they have brought down. Now because of this what happened? Untied grants increased. Means states given more option. And then if you have observed, they have classified the CSS into core schemes, core of the core schemes like that. Chaturvedi committee, merger of centrally sponsored schemes, untied grants are increased. Fine. And then bargaining federalism. As I told, bargaining means what in simple terms? The name itself says states forced to bargain with the center for more money. That is called as bargaining federalism. But that's okay. And then the reverse bargaining is also there. Okay, that's all fine. For prelims perspective, we are not doing it from a mains angle. That's why I'm giving it a prelims touch as far as possible. Fine. So this is broadly the federalism angle. Now we need to go back to salient features of constitution. Means what are the different parts of the constitution, because this year you have that question. What are the different schedules? And then we'll go back to preamble and then we'll continue. Just give me 10-15 minute break and then we'll continue till 1:30. Okay, we'll do the salient features. This is what is your, this I think they have asked 2 questions on this chapter this year. Of course, it's a factual chapter. First what we'll do is, when they can ask a question on which part is what, maybe ये भी पूछ सकते हैं easily, borrowings. From which country did we borrow what? Fine. Very simple factual part, obviously we all know that. But you should remember nothing conceptual. From 1935 Act, Federation, Governor, 7th Schedule, Emergency, All India Services, Integrated Judiciary, PSC, administrative details. RBI is also there. Federation, Governor, 7th Schedule, Emergency Provisions, All India Services, Integrated Judiciary, Public Service Commissions, administrative details. So these are the core points from 1935 Act. Fine. Quick. Then from Britain, what we do? Of course, the first very famous one, parliamentary system, rule of law. Bicameralism. Single citizenship. Cabinet. Writs. Parliamentary privileges. Fundamental rights. Judicial review. Independence of judiciary. Removal of Supreme Court, High Court judges. Impeachment of President. Very simple facts. Normally UPSC does not ask this, but because considering the way they have asked the questions this year, anytime you can have a chance. From Canada, strong center. The concept of Union of States. Residuary powers to center. Advisory jurisdiction of Supreme Court. Appointment of governor by center. Appointment of governor by centre. Fine, this is from Canada. That's why India follows Canadian model of federalism, we keep telling that. Then from, these are more simple ones. Suspension of fundamental rights during emergency, 358, 359. South Africa, amendment of constitution, election of Rajya Sabha members. Japan, procedure established by law. Very simple facts. If in case they ask, they say they'll ask as a kind of match the following or something. And then from Australia, freedom of trade and commerce throughout the country. Few provisions of concurrent list, and then joint sitting of parliament, 108. Joint sitting, JS means joint sitting of parliament, article 108, provisions of concurrent list. Freedom of trade, commerce and intercourse throughout the country, article 301. Fine. So this is about the borrowings. What have we borrowed from, broadly which countries? Then another factual part is what? Parts of the constitution. Again, it is not so easy to recall each and every part. At least what you should keep doing is that whenever we keep discussing the parts, respective chapters, you have to keep that in mind. But of course, broadly, part 1. That is what is this year's question. Of course, we will solve some PYQs maybe tomorrow. Part 1 is what? Union and its territories. Part 2 is what? citizenship. Part 3, I don't even have to tell. Part 4, union government, still just logical. First they'll talk about government of India, what are the provisions of that, then state government, then part 7 was actually, again we'll discuss tomorrow, part 9, if you can recall, part A, part B, part C, part D states. So part B states, part B not states, part B territories was your part 7, that is all deleted now. Then part 8 union territory, 9 is panchayat, 9A is municipality, 9B is cooperative society, 10 is what? Your 5th and 6th schedule, scheduled areas and tribal areas. In simple terms, 5th and 6th schedule areas, 244, 244A. That is your 10, scheduled area and tribal area. Scheduled areas and tribal areas. Quick. 9B is your cooperative societies. We'll discuss that, what is deleted, what is added, that also we'll write. But because this year they have asked about it, at least broadly you should keep that in mind. Then your 11, it is nothing but center-state relations, relations between union and state. I'm just mentioning it as center-state relations. Of course, it includes your interstate relations also. Center-state relations, relations between union and states. Then your 11 means 12, finances and properties. Finances, properties, contracts and suits. Finance, property, contracts and suits. Remember, this is where you get your article 300A and everything. Then comes your part 13, which is nothing but freedom of trade, commerce and intercourse, 301. Freedom of, just now I told you Australia provision. Freedom of trade, commerce and intercourse throughout the country. And then exceptions for that. Then comes your 14, which is nothing but services. This is where you get what your UPSC, state PSC provisions, services. Then comes your 14A, which is nothing but your tribunals, 42nd amendment, 323A, 323B. Then comes your part 15, which is our Election Commission, 324 through 329. Then comes your part 16, which is nothing but special provisions for SC, ST and all those things. This is where you get your reservations for SC, ST in legislature, special provisions for certain classes. Anglo-Indians nomination, SC, ST reservation, women reservation, everything is your part 16, special provisions for certain classes. Then your part 17, which is nothing but languages, official language. Then comes your part 18, this was your statement, emergency. Part 18, emergency. 3 free, same that national, state and financial emergency. That is your part 18. Fine. Then comes your part 19, which is miscellaneous provisions, interpretation of constitution, all those things. Then your 20, which is amendment 368. amendment of, this is also your statement. Then comes your 21, which is temporary transitional provisions. That is nothing but 370, 371. Temporary transitional provisions. Then comes your 22, which is your title, commencements, etc. Repeal of Constitution. When will the Constitution come into force? What is the title? What is the authoritative text? What about the translation? What about the repeal? That is your 22. Fine. Now again, another points that you have to repeat here, keep that in mind, is which are the parts deleted, which are the parts added. This is actually the real prelims point, but UPSC had asked it in a different way. What parts have been deleted? 7th Amendment 1956. It deleted which one? Part 7 and Part 9. 7th States Reorganization. Deleted Part 7, that was related to Part B. Part B territories, Part A, Part D territories. That again we'll discuss that tomorrow. Then which are the parts added? Parts added by 42nd Amendment 1976, which is what? Part 4A, obviously, which is what? Duties. Part 14A, which is your tribunals. 42nd Amendment 1976 added Part 4A, which is duties, Part 14A, which is tribunals. Fine. Then obviously the other parts are what? 73rd Amendment 1992 brought back Part 9, which is Panchayats. 74th Amendment 1992 Part 9A, which is Municipalities. 97th Amendment 2011 Part 9B, which is cooperative societies. So this is actually typical prelims kind of a one, but whatever UPSC asked, Part 18 is about what, Part 20 is about what. And this is about the parts of the Constitution. Fine. Now again, they have also asked a question on schedules. So schedules also obviously has to be kept in mind. Of course, first schedule is very easy. One is names of states. Second one is names of union territories. Names of states, names of union territories. That is your first schedule. Then comes your second schedule, which is what? Emoluments, allowances, and privileges of who all? Speaker, Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha and Assembly, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of Rajya Sabha, Council, Supreme Court, High Court, Judges, CAG. We forgot another one. President, Governor. President, Governor, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Supreme Court, High Court Judges, CAG. This is your second schedule. If in case you have a doubt about what do you mean by this emolument, just for your clarity, emolument means it's a combination of salary and other benefits together is the word called as emolument. Salaries and other benefits. Fine. That is your second schedule. Then comes your third schedule, which is what? Votes or affirmations of. Candidates contesting elections of Parliament, State Legislature, MPs, MLA, MLC, Union, State Ministers, Supreme Court, High Court Judges, CAG. So this is third schedule, votes or affirmations of. When you say vote, again for clarity, whenever you use the word vote, it means religious in nature. Whenever you use the term affirmation, it means non-religious. Both have the same value. That's why you might have seen some ministers or some MPs will take the oath in the name of, most of them, if you might have seen that, Ishwar ke naam pe shapat leta hu, they tell, because it is a oath, religious. Some few, very few may not take the oath in the name of religion. They may take it in the name of the constitution or something else. That means non-religious. But both have the same value. Candidates contesting the elections, while filing the nomination itself, you have to put. Then once you win the elections, once you become minister, then Supreme Court, High Court Judges, CAG. Always remember, CAG is the only major constitutional body which takes oath. Understood? Election Commission, Evidence Commission, none of them will take oath. See, that all we discuss later anyhow. That is your third schedule. Then comes your fourth schedule, which is again a little easy. In simple terms, fourth schedule is what? That's it. Allocation of Rajya Sabha seats to states and UTs. And of course, Uttar Pradesh has the highest seats with 31. Fine. Then comes your fifth one. This I have already told you. Special provisions to tribal areas, which is famously they call it as scheduled areas. And it is for 10 states: Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Telangana, Andhra. You have already written all of them. That is your fifth schedule. Then it's your sixth schedule. Again, I have already told you, but they are called as tribal areas of Northeast. Fine. Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram. So tribal areas of Northeast. Again, now as I told, there is a demand to include Arunachal Pradesh and Ladakh in sixth schedule. For Ladakh, there is no clarity because for simple reason, remember, sixth schedule is mostly for the northeast states. Now, Arunachal Pradesh, at least you may consider, but Ladakh is not in northeast. Can we add Ladakh to sixth schedule or not? Actually, there is no legal clarity. That's why if you have seen, Ministry of Home Affairs has appointed a committee to look into, can we add Ladakh to northeast this sixth schedule or not? The report is still not out, so we have to see. But again, I am clarifying, there is no clarity in the constitution. There is no criteria on what basis can you include an area can you include a state in fifth schedule or sixth schedule. Ultimately, it is left to whom? Parliament to decide. Clear? Yeah, that is your. Then comes your Seventh one, which is more easy, related to Article 246, division of legislative power between center and state, which is here. I don't think you don't even have to write. Union list, state list, concurrent list. Obviously, we all know only Parliament can make law, only states can make law, both can make law. Clear? And then you have another word called as what? Another subjects called as residuary subjects. For this, a small prelims clarity, if in case you have forgotten, this is, when you say residuary, by definition, what are they? They are unallocated subjects. Residuary subjects means unallocated subjects, means they are not allocated to any government. Understood? Not mentioned in 7th schedule. So no, these subjects are not mentioned. Not mentioned in 7th schedule. Fine. Normally, for example, disaster management, social media, cryptocurrency, it's a artificial intelligence. So most of the emerging subjects will fall under residuary subjects. Fine. We don't know what exactly falls under residuary. So whatever is not mentioned in other three are automatically residuary. Unallocated subjects not mentioned in 7th schedule. Of course, there is a reference about it in Constitution. In 7th schedule, they don't mention these are residuary. Whichever is not mentioned, automatically assume they are residuary. Disaster management is residuary. That's a very famous one. Even though 2nd ARC has recommended mention disaster management in concurrent list, so they have still not amended the Constitution. So as of today, it is still a residuary subject. Right? And here this is where if you have heard, the concept of doctrine of redundant legislation will come. That all will discuss under your center state, interstate. Then 8th schedule, which is your recent question. 8th schedule is actually not official languages. Languages recognized by Constitution. That is called as 8th schedule. Languages recognized by Constitution. Originally 14. At present 22. 71st Amendment 1992 added Konkani, Nepali and then Manipuri. Sindhi was added earlier itself. Then 93rd Amendment 2002. Fine. Bodo, Maithili, Santali, Dogri added. Fine. Then 2011, Oriya renamed Odia. Fine. So this year question is related to fine. Now again another very basic question here. English not mentioned. So you don't have English mentioned in 8th schedule. English is not mentioned. Fine. Sanskrit is mentioned. Sanskrit is mentioned. Then Sindhi was added. If you want, Sindhi added. Not there in original, Sindhi added. I think 1957, I think. Sindhi was the first language to be added. Added means after once first amendment. Not first amendment 1951. First language to be added to the 8th schedule after original constitution. So 4 here, 4 here, total 8 languages added, that's why it is 22. So Sindhi, Konkani, Nepali, Manipuri, Bodo, Maithili, Santali, Dongri. These are the 8 languages added, that's why 14 has become 22. Sanskrit is there, English is not there. And whatever other major languages you think, right, from Hindi to Marathi to Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, everything, most of it you have here. Fine. Now what are the recent languages where there is demand? There is a demand to include, one is Tulu, another one is Ladakhi, another one is Q. Q is a language in Odisha. Ladakhi you know. Tulu, if you don't know, it is a language spoken in Karnataka parts and few parts of Kerala also, but largely the coastal Karnataka. That is where they speak Tulu. Q. So demand to be included to 8th schedule. Demand to be added to 8th schedule. Again, in the 8th schedule there is no clarity on why did you include a language, why did you not include a language, there is no clarity. Ultimate decision Parliament. As I kept telling for everything, 5th schedule, 6th schedule, no clarity. Why are you, same point, why are you including Konkani, why are you not including Tulu? There is no clarity. Ultimately who will decide? Parliament will decide that. Clear? No specific criteria. This is a prelims point for you to keep it in mind. No specific criteria to be included to 8th schedule. No specific criteria to be included to 8th schedule. Fine. Now extension of this is what we call it as, first point you have to keep it in mind. Let's discuss about classical languages itself. Recently in news, classical languages. Fine. First point, not mentioned in constitution. So this has got nothing to do with constitution. Not mentioned in constitution. Second one, who gives this status? Of course, if you have seen this, status given by Council of Ministers, Union Council of Ministers, to be more precise, Ministry of Art and Culture. Cabinet will approve the status. To be more precise, Art and Culture. Fine. Again, criteria, no specific criteria, but broadly you can say old languages, means very old languages, old script. And you should have a very old literature. So again, old means how many years old, all those things, there is no clarity. At least till now they used to give for languages which are at least 1500 years old. I think now because they have given it to Marathi and everything, so there is nothing like that, because Marathi is all not less than 500, 600 years old is what the historians say, whatever. Basic point, there is no clarity like how many years it should be old. Like script developed 2000 years old, 1500 years old, there is no clarity. Mostly it is by definition when they say classical means old, very, very old languages. Fine? Yeah, so first language is what? As of now you can say 6 plus 5. So total 11 languages. Of course the first is Tamil, and then it was given for Sanskrit, and then Kannada plus Telugu plus Malayalam. So they was given together, and then they gave it for Odia. Now again 5 together. One is Marathi plus which one? Assamese, obviously Bengali, Pali, and then I think Prakrit, right? So totally 11 languages. First is Tamil, next is Sanskrit, next Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam together was given that. Then Odia was given later. Now 5 together: Bengali, Marathi, Assamese, Pali, Prakrit. Fine, totally 11 languages have the classical language status, but it is nowhere mentioned in the constitution. It is a status given by Ministry of Art and Culture. Clear? And now what is the advantages? Why do they give this? Huh? Language? Little louder.
Language seeds, like laboratory kind of research.
Yeah, correct. I mean, not laboratory, exactly correct. Grants for research into the language. They'll give additional funds for research into the language. And then what they do? Benches in central universities. Like even in Delhi University, you will find a Tamil bench, Kannada bench, Telugu bench, means again research. Fine, of course what? Recognition of the identity of the language, pride. Recognition of the history. Fine, and then heritage of the language. These are major advantages. But keep it in mind, it has no constitutional basis. Fine. Then comes your another concept, which is official language. Official language of Government of India: Hindi plus English. But English is till 1965. That was the original constitution. Then you had a Act. Official Languages Act 1963. English continued. Fine, indefinitely. Means we don't know how many years. This is official language of Government of India. So what about official languages of states? Determined by state legislature. So this is determined by your state legislature. And of course for most of the states it is their regional languages. Official Languages Act 1963. English continued. Continued means of course along with Hindi, indefinitely. Fine. Then comes your concept of what? Official languages of judiciary, of Supreme Court. This is all in the Constitution itself. English, of High Court, English. However, state governments can request Government of India, to be more precise, President, to add another language. So according to the Constitution, official language of both Supreme Court and High Court is English. However, for High Courts, state government can request the Government of India, that is President, to add another language. Fine. For example, if you want, for Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, MP and Rajasthan, obviously, which is Hindi added. Added doesn't mean replacing English. Along with Hindi, they can also argue judgments will also be written in English. It's not like replacing English. Then what about subordinate codes? Of course, determined by state legislature. So hence, for most of our states, if you have seen, regional languages are their official languages. In the subordinate codes I am telling, determined by the state legislature. These are all constitution part. Classical languages is the only one not mentioned in constitution. Official language of subordinate codes. Then national language concept, there is nothing like that, that all we know. Then okay, fine. So this is broadly your languages. So 4 types. One is 8th schedule, classical language, official language of governments, official language of judiciary, and then national language I don't have to tell. Then comes your new schedules, which is relatively easy. 9th schedule, which is nothing but Article 31B, which is nothing but first constitutional amendment 1951 added it. Acts of Parliament or state legislature exempted from judicial review. This is the basic one. Of course, there is IR colloquies and everything, that all we'll discuss under your fundamental rights. Then your 10th schedule, anti-defection law, 52nd amendment 1985. Again, there are details of anti-defection law, that all again we'll discuss under your separate chapter. 11th schedule, Panchayats, 73rd amendment 1992. Fine. Part 9A, Article 243 to Article 243O. Fine. Same concept you mentioned. 11th. I think you can directly mention here. 12th schedule. Fine. Municipalities. Part 9A, 74th Amendment 1992, 243P to 243ZG. 12th schedule, municipalities, Part 9B, Part 9A, 74th Amendment 1992, 243P to 243ZG. 11th schedule, Panchayats. Sorry, Part 9, correct. Part 9. Part 9, 243 to 243. Yeah, Part 9. This is 9A. Then is cooperative societies, 9B. Fine. And then lastly you have criticisms, everything we all know, that's all very basics, which is what, that it is a bag of borrowings, that it is the carbon copy of 1935 Act, this, that, there is no prelim scope there. And then just very simple basics, like who criticized Constituent Assembly as a one-party body in a one-party country. Famous criticism of Constituent Assembly that it is a one-party body in a one-party country was given by whom? Granville Austin. So that all keep that in mind. Very simple ones, but any time they may ask. Very simple ones. Granville Austin criticized, the US political scholar, criticized Constituent Assembly as a one-party body in a one-party country. But rest all criticism is not very famous one. You can easily keep that in mind. Then we need to start with your preamble. Preamble and then part 1, then fundamental rights. I think that we'll keep it for tomorrow because directly first day Stretch of 6 hours is not so easy. Not easy for me, not easy for you also. Fine, we'll continue from tomorrow. We'll start with preamble. Tomorrow's target is preamble part 1, union and its territories. And then directly we'll do fundamental rights. Citizenship again we'll keep it to the end. Facts, whatever is there, facts largely I'll take it to the end, which is what your acts also, 1773 to 1947 act also we'll do it at the end. Okay, yeah, we'll continue it tomorrow.